Thank you. You can now stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our meeting is now called to order. We have a robust agenda today, so I'm going to quickly turn things over to our zoning manager, but want to thank you for being here, particularly considering this Thanksgiving holiday week. With that, John, you can help walk us through the agenda.
Thank you, and good morning to the board and to the folks in attendance today. This hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order, and we ask that when the case is called, that the applicant please stand and raise a hand to show that they are in attendance. After recognizing the applicant, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so we can count them for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So you want to convey all your information to the board within the 10-minute time frame. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the board's discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There is one case on today's agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard. That's a rezoning case Z50 of 2023, CIVF 7, GA1M01 and GA1M02 LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are 12 cases on today's printed agenda which have been held or continued, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z15 of 2023, SDP Acquisitions LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z15 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z30 of 2023, Quick Trip Corporation. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z30 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z36 of 2023, Mychester Inc. This case was continued by the staff until the December 19th, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing, so Z36 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z40 of 2023, Atlanta Remediation Group LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z40 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z43 of 2023, Suhail Kazani. This case was continued by the staff until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z43 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z47 of 2023, Bentley Residential Properties LLC and Summer Hour Properties LLP Corporation. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z47 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z48 of 2023, Oscar Factory. This case was continued by staff until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z48 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z49 of 2023, DG East Cobb Guthrie's LLC. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z49 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z52 of 2023, 1054 Investment Group LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z52 will not be heard today. Other business item number 40 of 2023, Curley Family Homes LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the December 19th, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business 40 will not be heard today. Other business item number 52 of 2023, Emily Sidner. This case was continued by staff until the December 19th, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business 52 will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 56 of 2023, Justin K. Willis. This case was continued by the staff until the December 19th, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business 56 will not be heard today. I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please put the phone on silent mode. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted to the board after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for November 21st, 2023. First case on consent is rezoning case Z42 of 2023, William and Lydia Taku. They are requesting a rezoning from CF to NRC for a climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lot 583 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Blair Bridge Road, east of Thornton Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z42 to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. David Meyer, dated October 29th, 2023, with the following change. A, item number 2, the rezoning plat and conceptual landscape plan prepared by DGM Land Planning Consultants, Inc. are dated October 29th, 2023. Number 2, the building structure is to have four-sided architectural features similar to the example on Exhibit A attached to the Mapleton Improvement Coalition's November 1st, 2023 letter of support. The final design of the building will be subject to the Architectural Review Committee referenced in Mr. Meyer's stipulation letter dated October 29th, 2023, with the final approval by the District Commissioner with the following changes. A, amend zoning division comments number 6 to include the final landscape plan to be approved by the District Commissioner. B, hours of construction are to be Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. C, revise David Meyer's stipulation letter dated October 29th, 2023 to remove stucco from stipulation number 15. D, revise stipulation number 17 to reflect that dumpsters are to be stored in a masonry enclosure with a metal or steel gate and constructed with the same materials as the primary structure. E, revise stipulation 18 to include that the final elevations are to be approved by the District Commissioner. And number 3, all staff comments and recommendations not in conflict. Oh, excuse me, all staff comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z42?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case is rezoning case Z44 of 2023. Rezoning case, Gina Sullivan requests rezoning from CF and R40 to NRC for a personal care home in land lot 73 of the 1st District. The property is located on the north side of Pip Mill Road and on the east side of Village Parkway. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z44 to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on August 16, 2023, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. And Madam Chair and Board, we're going to substitute number 2. We're going to delete number 2 as is written into consent and just add in the letter from Gina Sullivan dated November 20th, 2023. And I think we all got a copy of that. Number 3, any future exterior modifications to the existing building to be approved by the Pip Mill Village Architectural Control Committee with final approval by the Cobb County District Commissioner. Number 4, District Commissioner shall have the authority to approve minor modifications to this rezoning as the development proposal proceeds through the design review process and thereafter, except for those that A, reduce the size of an approved buffer adjacent to a property which is zoned in a more restrictive zoning district. B, relocate the structure closer to the property line to an adjacent property which is zoned in a more restrictive zoning district. C, increase the height of a building adjacent to a property which is zoned in a more restrictive zoning district. And D, change access location to different roadways. Number 5, variances as stated in the zoning comments. Number 6, planning division comments and recommendations. Number 7, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 8, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 9, Department of Transportation, comments and recommendations. And number 10, Stormwater Management Division, comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z44?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z45 of 2023, Michael S. Priest and Tara P. Priest request a rezoning from TS to R30 for an undeveloped lot in land lot 1 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Rutledge Drive and on the west side of Black Acre Trail. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z45 to the R30 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, single-family use only, and number 2, no access to Black Acre Trail. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z45?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z51 of 2023, Brian Dorsey White and Samantha H. Patillo request a rezoning from R20 OSC to R30 for a single-family residence in land lot 527 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Gaydon Road, east of Florence Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z51 to the R30 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on September 7th, 2023. Number 2, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 3, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 4, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z51?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z54 of 2023, Alan Norman Taylor as executor of the estate of Barbara Brickley Taylor, Arthur H. Sundquist, and Melanie A. Sundquist. Request rezoning from RSL and R20 to R20 for single-family residences in land lots 605 and 606 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Old Lost Mountain Road, north of Meek Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z54 to the R20 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on September 12, 2023, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number 2, variances as stated in the zoning comments. Number 3, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 4, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 5, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 6, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z54?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. SLEP 7 of 2023, William and Lydia Taku request a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lot 583 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Blair Bridge Road, east of Thornton Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of SLUP 7, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, letter of agreeable conditions from David Meyer dated October 29, 2023, with the following change. B, item number 2, the rezoning plat and conceptual landscape plan prepared by DGM Land Planning Consultants, Inc. are dated October 29, 2023. Number 2, the building structure is to have four-sided architectural features similar to the example on Exhibit A, attached to the Mapleton Improvement Coalition's November 1st, 2023 letter of support. The final design of the building will be subject to the Architectural Review Committee referenced in Mr. Meyer's stipulation letter dated September 29, 2023, with the final approval by the District Commissioner with the following changes. A, amend zoning division comments number 6 to include the final landscape plan to be approved by the District Commissioner. B, hours of construction are to be Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. C, revise David Meyer's stipulation letter dated October 29, 2023 to remove stucco from stipulation number 15. D, revise stipulation number 17 to reflect that dumpsters are to be stored in a masonry enclosure with a metal or steel gate and constructed with the same materials as the primary structure. E, revise stipulation number 18 to include that the final elevations are to be approved by the District Commissioner. And number 3, staff comments and recommendation. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 7?
No.
Let the record show is no one opposed. And moving into the other business cases on today's agenda. First case on consent is other business item number 45 of 2023, which is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Mr. Alan Barron regarding rezoning application Z38 of 2012. The property is located on the south side of Six Flags Parkway, east of Bishop Road, in land lot 505 of the 18th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, stipulation letter from Mr. Adam Rosen dated November 15th, 2023. Number two, site plan contained in the other business packet with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. 3, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. 4, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. 5, hours of repairs shall be the same as business hours. Power tools are to be used between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Number 6, no outside storage of any trucking or repair parts, materials, or tools. Number 7, fence screening shall be added along the Six Flags Parkway frontage. And number 8, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 45?
Yes. One.
Okay. We have one opposed, Madam Chair and Board, so we'll pull that one off and hear it in its normal order. Okay, next case is other business item number 51 of 2023, which is consider a public frontage reduction from 75 feet to 0 feet for Ashley Nicole Hubbs for property located on the north side of Due West Road in land lot 298 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, tract 1B approved for 0 public road frontage and a gravel driveway. Number 2, no further subdivision of tract 1B. Number 3, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number 4, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number 5, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 51?
No.
Hey, let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 53 of 2023 is consider a lot size reduction from 20,000 square feet to 13,310 square feet and a front setback variance from 35 feet to 20 feet for Turin Construction LLC for property located on the south side of Daniel Street in land lot 695 of the 17th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, lot size to be 13,310 square feet with the front setback to be 20 feet. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. And number 3, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 53?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 54 of 2023 is to consider a request from Outfront Media LLC regarding an oversized sign face replacement located at the southwesterly intersection of Asbury Drive and Cobb Parkway. The property is located in land lot 866 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, conversion to electronic sign faces for both sides of the sign in compliance with the sign code. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. And number 3, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 54?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 57 of 2023 is consider a lot size reduction from 20,000 square feet to 18,990 square feet for Susan H. Pryor for property located on the south side of Lane Drive and land lot 75 of the 18th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, lot size to be 18,990 square feet for lot number 2. Number 2, letter from Mr. Ernest J. Campbell III, dated November 15, 2023. Number 3, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. And number 4, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 57?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the printed consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
Thank you, John. Are there any changes needed? Okay, Commissioners? Okay. Commissioner Burrow submitting a statement to the clerk. Are there any other changes needed to the consent agenda, Commissioners? With that, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, noting that other business item 45 has been pulled from consent.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0 with Commissioner Gambrill being absent. For those of you who are here as part of the consent agenda, you are free to leave at this time unless you are here for other business item 45. Thank you and have a very happy Thanksgiving. Why don't we go ahead and take a 3-minute break until 9:25? We'll come back and get started. a.m. John, I'm going to turn things over to you, as I believe we're now at our held and continued cases.
Okay, and there's just one question I need to ask the chair and the board. There is one case that was meant to be put on consent, and it's too late to add it to consent. So would the board consider moving this case out of order and hearing it real quick right now?
Why is it too late to move it to consent?
Well, consent's already been voted on, but we could have it as its own consent item that could be heard right now, so.
We've had multiple matters in the past where we've moved things to consent without
Correct.
hearing it. Why can't we do it in that?
We could do it like that if we want to. Yeah.
Who's the district commissioner?
I am.
What case is it?
LUP 26?
It should have been added.
Can we
To
add it without
consent.
hearing it, Commissioner?
Yeah,
I can't
I
proceed.
think that we can. I think the issue was that the consent agenda had already been voted on, but we worked really hard to get to this point, so I'm definitely open to adding it to consent if we
You
can.
can just do it as a standalone consent if you need to.
Okay,
So-
all right, let's do that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I'll let you make the motion.
Okay, I make a motion to add LUP 26, 2023 to the consent agenda.
Excuse me.
You need to read it first.
Discussion. She has to,
Excuse
you have
me.
to ask for
You did.
anybody in opposition.
Okay, that's okay. Let me, okay, thank you. Let me continue, please. And we'll work all of this out. Okay, I see the clerk pointing over to our county attorney and zoning manager for clarification.
I think it was just related to what Commissioner Sheffield was motioning. We didn't want a motion to add it to consent. We just want to handle it as a consent matter by itself.
Okay.
The motion wasn't completed, so we're okay.
Okay, so you moved to add it to consent. Did we have a second?
I second this for discussion.
Second for discussion? Was shared
Well,
by Commissioner?
Chairwoman, can we just, there wasn't a second, can we just read it in first and then go through
Sure,
our normal
please.
procedure?
Go
like
ahead,
that?
John.
Okay. LEP 26, Milky Way Manor LLC requests a temporary land use permit to allow a family farm, wildlife sanctuary, event center, and educational facility in land lot 710 of the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Pear Road, east of Susquehanna Lane.
Thank
Is
you.
there, the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 26?
No.
There's no one opposed.
Okay. So with that, we have a motion. Does her motion still stand?
You have just a motion to approve it. You could just add it to consent, because
add
consent's
to
already over. No, you don't need to add it to consent. Just motion just to approve it.
I make a motion to approve LUP 26, 2023
With the steps.
with the stipulations read into the record.
Okay. And I'll read those stipulations into the record.
Sure.
Number one, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Adam Rosen dated October 30th, 2023. Shared parking agreement dated November 19th, 2023 with the Trinity Baptist Church of Smyrna, Inc. and Ian Milkey. And number three, staff comments and recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion. Was there a second that we can still confirm? Okay. Are there any additional comments or questions regarding the application, commissioners? All right, I'll call the question. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that takes us back to held and continued cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, first case on the held agenda is rezoning case Z32 of 2023, Toll Southeast LP Company Incorporated. Request rezoning from RR to RA6 for a single-family residential subdivision in land lots 736 and 777 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northwest side of Ross Road, north of Sandy Plains Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z32?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Good morning. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of Toll Southeast, or Toll Brothers, in this application for rezoning. This property concerns just over 18, almost 19 acres It's located off of Ross Road. Ross Road is a short residential street that is at the intersection of Sandy Plains Road, Scufflebrick Road, which is a signalized intersection. And what is being proposed in this rezoning application is a rezoning to RA5 for a maximum number of single-family detached homes of 91 homes. This particular project, I want to kind of give you some context about where this property is and its surrounding zonings, because I believe that really hits home with what we are proposing. So primarily what you can see is the consistency and compatibility of what's being proposed for your consideration here today. You see the property highlighted in the middle of your screen now. You see Sandy Plains towards the bottom of your screen. I'm going to kind of start there at the bottom. You see there's an adjoining subdivision. That's Briarwood. Briarwood subdivision is zoned PRD in the city of Marietta. Then you'll see that to the left, as you're kind of going clockwise, is St. Charles Square. That's zoned PRD in Cobb County. The R30 that you see on the top adjoining to the north, that's actually Kincaid Elementary School that adjoins it to the north. So that's why it has that R30 zoning. And then you see the two RA6 zonings immediately to our east, front on Sandy Plains as well. And those are RA6 subdivisions that are single-family detached subdivisions in Cobb County and zoned to RA6. What we're proposing is a rezoning to RA5. One of the things I also want to highlight for you, if you go out from the screen, you'll see at this intersection of Sandy Plains and Scuffle Grit, directly across this signalized intersection is commercial, it's NRC. There is a public shopping center as well as a former Rite Aid or Eckerd drugstore at the NRC location. One of the things that you'll notice with these zonings and surrounding zonings, given its close proximity, its fronts on Sandy Plains Road where some of these subdivisions are, and the newer zonings, which are the RA6 zonings that you see immediately to our east. There was a push several years ago. It was zoning applications for townhomes at this location. After there's a lot of community meetings, a lot of community input from the subdivisions that I just mentioned, as well as ones that are further east on the East Brook on Sandy Plains. And the real impetus there and the real voice that you heard from the community at the time and continuing through today is they still wanted to make sure that this remained a single-family detached area, even though it might lend itself to a townhome type development. And I think that community voice has been heard and carried through to this plan that's being proposed to you from Toll Brothers, which is one of the leading luxury home builders in metropolitan Atlanta and also the nation. I want to turn now to that site plan, kind of go through it with you, tell you how we got here, as well as highlight a couple of other what I think are very important points for your consideration. Turning now to the site plan, this is Ross Road where it connects to Sandy Plains here. There is a signal at this location, a full access traffic signal here. As I stated before, this is a total of 91 homes. This was initially submitted as an RA6 request, consistent with the RA6 adjoining it to the east, which is located here, for a total of 108 homes. During our conversations and meetings with adjoining neighbors and neighborhoods, a lot of input from St. Charles Square, which is located here, as well as members from Briarwood. We reduced the overall proposed number of homes from a total of 108 to a maximum of 91 homes. In addition, one of the bigger things that we were able to do, the initial plan, this area here on the other side of the creek had been proposed initially for development with lots that would be adjacent to these homes here in St. Charles Square. Part of what we were able to do in reducing the density as well as discussing with them is pull back the development totally. All of this area here will now remain undisturbed adjacent to St. Charles Square and placing the development, single-family detached development on this side of this stream and not crossing it, and also not placing homes adjacent to these existing homes in St. Charles Square. And we thought that was a very good adjustment, revision to the plan from Toll Southeast, as well as to identify and address a concern that had been raised by St. Charles Square subdivision here. Also, one of the other adjustments that was made, this is Briarwood. While yes, it's in the city of Marietta, it is still our neighbor.
and its zoning must be noted as well. And what we've done here is for all of the lots that are adjacent to the existing homes in Briarwood, we've made sure those lots match up and are lined up appropriately in terms of their widths and size, so that they're consistent with their adjoining neighbors in terms of width and size of single-family detached homes here. And that was another important component of this proposal, to make sure we're trying to be as consistent as we can with adjoining neighborhoods in terms of compatibility overall. Next, I want to really focus again on that consistency and compatibility to give you some real perspective. What I'd like to go around with you again and show you these surrounding subdivisions so that you can see the consistency and compatibility in terms of density. We always talk about density, and I think this is an important part of your consideration here. And this is looking at the adjoining subdivisions that are to this proposal here. You see our proposal is a maximum density of 4.9 units per acre. It's been reduced to RA5 now. This is Briarwood, again, a PRD in the city of Marietta. That is at 5.7 units per acre. Continuing on around St. Charles Square, a PRD in Cobb County is at 4.3 units per acre. Now going to our adjacent RA6 developments in Cobb County. Further east, you'll see it's 5.99 units per acre for phase 2 that was zoned separately, and 5.72 units per acre as an RA6 development that was zoned separately. So what is being proposed here is a rezoning and a single-family detached community where the very clear intent is to ensure compatibility and consistency from a density standpoint, and that is transitioning this piece from 4.3 somewhere in between, but not nearly as high as had been zoned adjacent to us as RA6, not nearly as high as what's been zoned in the city of Marietta adjacent to us here at 5.7 units per acre. In addition, each of these subdivisions carry with them development standards, and by development standards I mean minimum lot areas, lot setbacks, and lot widths. We also here with these development standards that we are proposing are trying to be very, very consistent. That is, try to be either at, equal to, or even better than what our adjoining development standards are. Each of these subdivisions had variances from their respective zoning categories. St. Charles Square has significant variances from the PRD zoning ordinance that's in Cobb County when it was zoned. This Briarwood likewise has significant variances in terms of those matters from the city of Marietta's zoning ordinance. The RA6 that's zoned adjacent to us also has significant variances, and we do too have variances to those same development standards. The key being, though, is consistency for this area and compatibility for this area. While there are variances present, those have been reduced substantially from our initial proposal in terms of their degree. So that now they are no more of a degree different from the development standards and the ordinances than our surrounding subdivisions that have already been approved either by Cobb County or by the city of Marietta. We have had, like I said, numerous discussions with surrounding neighbors over the period of time that this application has been pending. I think you can see that today, that we don't have those standing here in opposition. There were before as we went through this process, but we always made adjustments to address those concerns as this application continued pending. We've worked very closely with your professional staff. Cobb County DOT has issued revised comments and recommendations, which we are completely in agreement with, and we've communicated that to Cobb DOT and worked with them on that. So we are in agreement with all Cobb County DOT recommendations and comments, as well as all other staff comments and recommendations. We have a stipulation letter that's been made a part of this that includes conditions and stipulations that have been requested of us to ensure that this development is a high-quality, single-family detached proposal. Again, what we are seeking is simply the compatibility and consistency with this proposal that has been shown to the neighboring subdivisions and rezoning decisions by Cobb County and the city of Marietta. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Respectfully request your approval of this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from anyone who's here in opposition. Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Okay, so, well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for working with the neighbors. I know one of my former neighbors in St. Charles Square is here just to hear everything, and he's added his support. We also had a letter or an email and from a James Needlinger who lives in St. Charles Square asking about the decel lane. And we did receive a response from DOT about that. The other developments around this are not at a signalized intersection. So they have a decel lane, but this is at a signalized intersection, and the entrance is actually off of Ross Road, not Sandy Plains, so there's no requirement to put in the decel lane. And also there's a huge utility pole right at the corner, which is not part of this property, that they, it's private property. So I just wanted to clear up that those comments were made to me and that DOT has responded. And I also have a couple of things that I'd like to address. They have reduced the number of homes from the original proposal, and have also agreed to delete it to RA5. And there are some variances, but because the applicant is staying on this side of the creek, the east side of the creek, and away from St. Charles Square homeowners, that's part of the reason for the variances. There, in the STIP letter, maybe I better call Kevin Moore back up. In the STIP letter dated October 30th from Mr. Moore, number 4, applicant agrees the minimum house size shall be 2,600 square feet. We talked yesterday, and I want to make sure you're agreeable to minimum 4,000 with a range up to 7,000 or greater.
Yes, we are agreeable to that from a lot size standpoint, yes. I think what you're referencing.
Okay, so that will be a revision to the STIP letter. And also, in the Planning Commission, well, when this was asked to be RA6, the impervious was requested at 70%, and that's not going to happen.
No.
But with the reduction in the homes and some other revisions, you're now maximum 40%, which is what is allowed on RA5.
That's correct.
Okay, so that will be another step, maximum 40% impervious, which is what is required for RA5. And then, and I also want to stipulate that the land on the, I guess, west side of the creek or south side of the creek remain undisturbed. That's adjacent to St. Charles Square.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't really need to call DOT up because I know we're all in agreement with the revised comments from
Yes.
Lahia. And Andrew, do you have anything to add from Stormwater? They're good? Okay. All right. I'm ready to make a motion. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Commissioner, there were, yeah, I know I have a question.
Yeah, I just, since it was being deleted to RE5, I was curious on what the impact were to the requested variances. So I see that there are two. We've changed the lot size variance, and we've changed the impervious coverage variance. Any change to the other 3, 4 variances here?
Not that I'm aware of because of the moving over to all one side of the creek, which is one of the one of the agreeable conditions that when they
Right.
met with the neighbors was agreed to.
Right, I just wasn't sure, because I know the deletion, it was not a part of the original application, so.
Right. Yeah, John,
Thank you.
do any of those come out with the RA6 to RA5? The
Like-
setbacks?
Yeah.
The variances that are listed in the zoning comments still remain the same. RA5 and RA6 are pretty similar zoning districts. So they need these variances because they're not going on that other side of the creek. You know, if they were to develop the entire property, they probably would not need any variances.
Yeah, how I am about variance.
Got it, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was with the deletion and with the reduction in number of homes. It didn't know if the
Right.
setbacks got better. But, okay, thank you.
That's a good point. Thanks for asking.
I also have a question regarding the site plan that was up. Is that the revised site plan?
This
Or
here-
was this the initial site plan?
No, this is the revised with the 91 homes.
Okay, because I'm not seeing where on the other side of,
The creek. This.
the other side of the community where there's sufficient parking. I just ask that you have the final site plan to come back to you
Yeah, I do.
for approval, okay.
And you answered my question, Commissioner. I know the maximum number of units has changed at least twice. So initially it was at 105, and I'm hearing that it's now down to 91 units. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, significant drop. Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions, Commissioner, so
Okay.
you can go
So
ahead
I'll
with
make
your
my
motion.
motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to delete Z32 to RA5 with the following conditions. Stip letter from Mr. Kevin Moore dated October 30th, 2023. Maximum 40% impervious surface, maximum 91 homes. Lot sizes, minimum 4,000 to 7,000 or greater square foot lots. All DOT comments, revised comments, and the land on the west side of the creek that abuts St. Charles Square remain undisturbed. The final site plan, elevations, and landscape plan to be approved by the district commissioner. And all staff and planning commission recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And one other thing, a hydrology study will be required at plan review, and that was a stormwater comment, so. And this is RA5, and, well, deleting to RA5, it is in an MDR land use, and so it would be maximum 5 units per acre and detached only. And that would be my, what, did I forget something?
Yeah, did you read in the letter from Kevin Moore dated October 30th, 2023?
Yes, you
Okay, you did?
stated that.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you,
Thank you all.
Commissioners.
Okay, next rezoning case is rezoning case Z39 of 2023. Tunnel to Towers Foundation request a rezoning from GC to RRC for multifamily residential and land lot 603 of the 18th district. Property is located on the south side of South Service Road, west of Six Flags Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? One? Okay. Let the record show there's one person opposed to this application. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
He's Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Feel free to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioners, again, I'm Kevin Moore here, and very pleased and honored to be representing Tunnels and Towers Foundation this morning in this application for rezoning. But I want to depart from kind of how you would usually see us present. I'm going to invite and introduce to you Gavin Naples of Tunnel to Towers Foundation. I think it's extremely important with this project, this outstanding project, that you hear directly from the representative of the foundation to speak to the elements of this project so that I think it can provide for the appropriate context for your decision here today. I just want to introduce Gavin, and I'll clean up at the end if there's time remaining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gavin Naples, and I'm the Vice President of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation began in the wake of the 9/11 terrorist attacks when firefighter Stephen Siller ran through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel nearly 5 miles into the South Tower and died saving others. From that sacrifice, his brothers and sisters began this foundation to honor first responders and our veterans, and have since grown it from a kitchen table into a $300 million a year organization that has provided over 1,000 mortgage-free homes to our heroes throughout the country, that gives 95 cents of every dollar away to the programs, and has the highest rating of accountability and transparency on Charity Navigator. We have also committed to eradicating homelessness amongst veterans nationwide. In that respect, we are going to the largest markets throughout the nation and converting distressed hospitality properties into high-end, affordable housing with 24/7 wraparound services for our nation's heroes. The proposal in front of you entails the Tunnel to Towers Foundation performing a complete renovation of the current dilapidated Wingate Hotel on South Service Road. We will convert this property into a beacon of hope and a permanent residence for approximately 90 veterans with a litany of supportive services on site geared towards diagnosing root causes veterans face and working to place them on the path to reintegration back into the community. These are the current conditions of the Wingate Hotel as it is today. Our residences are designed with the utmost comfort in mind, and each unit will have a kitchen and a bathroom with no communal living quarters. We also have expansive space for recreational activities and supportive services, as well as office space for VA staff, veteran service officers, behavioral health specialists, employment coordinators, and other organizations throughout the city of Atlanta that we will collaborate with to provide the most comprehensive package of services for our veterans, including Vetlanta, Cobb County Connect, Chris 180, the Veterans Empowerment Organization, Hiring Our Heroes, Amazon and Home Depot as it relates to employment opportunities, and the Georgia Alliance to End Homelessness, to name just a few. These are some images of our supportive service space. As the safety of our residents and the surrounding community is of paramount importance to the foundation, we have developed an extensive site safety protocol which starts with screening out any individual that is dishonorably discharged, has any record of sexual offenses or major violent crimes. There's also 24/7 CCTV that will capture the entirety of the site, perimeter fencing with controlled entrance and exit, as well as license plate scanners. We have shared our emergency operations plan, outreach procedures, and safety protocol with the Cobb County Police Department and the Department of Public Safety, and we have worked with them to finalize a plan, and they have endorsed our proposal. As the premier providers of smart home technology for injured veterans, our spaces are tailor-fitted to a veteran's specific needs should they have a disability. For veterans with families, our National Case Management Network provides housing assistance and access to nearly 1,000 supportive service providers throughout the nation. This year alone, we will provide housing assistance and services to 3,000 veterans and hundreds of children. Here you see some families that we've assisted in the state of Georgia. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has a presence in the state of Georgia prior to this endeavor. Included here are the names of some of our Smart Home, Gold Star, and Fallen First Responder home recipients. We provide privately funded daily transportation services for veterans to and from the nearest Veterans Affairs Hospital, grocery stores, banks, employment opportunities, and necessary appointments throughout Cobb County. Further, the property sits directly on the 30 and 201 bus lines. Our project is fully funded, and our full-scale renovation will occur in record time from the day of permit approval. The maintenance of the property will also be funded in perpetuity by our foundation, and the same pitfalls that have befallen the former Wingate will not happen at our site. We do not leave any veteran out on the street, and our robust case management network works to find alternate solutions for veterans who may not be eligible for our site or have families with needs for a larger accommodation. I reiterate, no veteran is ever left out on the street. We have an extensive track record of providing high-quality housing solutions to our nation's heroes. Here are some other villages that we have throughout the United States. Veterans pay rent, they have a vested interest in the property, they engage with staff and in our supportive service programs, and they give back to the surrounding community. In anticipation of this project, we have met with the local Department of Veterans Affairs at Home Depot headquarters, which is our largest sponsor. We have met with our neighbors, Six Flags and the Word of Faith Church, who have written letters of support of this application and are present today. The Mableton Improvement Coalition, who has written a letter of support of this application and is also present today. The Cobb County Police Department, the Department of Public Safety, the Marietta and Cobb County Housing Authorities, and a litany of service-providing organizations throughout Atlanta. The proposed special use permit in front of you will also only allow this use for strictly the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, no subsequent property owners. We are incredibly responsive to any issue that may arise and work well with our surrounding neighborhoods to provide that sense of community for our veterans. We feel that no veteran should ever be left out on the street of the ones they signed up to protect. The need for permanent supportive housing is reaching a critical level, not just in Atlanta, but throughout the country. Tunnel to Towers has a proven track record of providing exceptional housing and services for our veterans, and if approved, we guarantee that this program will be an incredible addition to the surrounding area, to Cobb County, and most importantly, our nation's heroes. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. There's now a balance of 3 minutes left.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This particular request comes to you, initially it was as a rezoning application. This property is actually zoned general commercial and community activity center. What we are seeking, though, is not a rezoning of the property. After meeting with staff's recommendation for approval was rather than to rezone the property, to allow for this former Wingate Hotel to be converted into permanent housing for veterans to serve that population, is to keep the underlying zoning, that is to retain the general commercial zoning, but their recommendation is then to delete the request for a special land use permit for this property to be converted according to your hotel suites or your suite hotel ordinance, which is within the general commercial category. That gives this property a special land use permit that would allow Tunnel to Towers to do exactly what it wants to do, to convert this property and to renovate this property to create permanent housing and permanent homes for a very underserved, and it's not underserved, it's a population that's not served at all specifically. And that is veterans that are either homeless or on the very risk of being homeless. That population is not served in this area specifically. And this opportunity is one that presents an outstanding effort on the part of an outstanding foundation that is nationally recognized and nationally known and nationally lauded for what they do and what they have done over the past 21 years and what they will do here. This property, this Wingate Hotel, has been ignored for far too long, had been ignored. It was dilapidated, would give it too much credit for what this hotel was, even as recently as September of this past year. It was still operating, which is amazing to me. It had been on the market, off the market, available, but one group that stepped up was Tunnel to Towers Foundation, that stepped up and said, this property can be converted, it can be renovated, and it can be a champion for the community in this location. It was dilapidated, it was drug-ridden, it was crime-infested. And ask any member of public safety that we met with, the very first thing that they did when we told them that Tunnel to Towers had acquired this and was going to clean this site up was they smiled and said thank you, because of what this property had been. What this property can be, though, is a testament to what this foundation can do and what this county can do to help this population. Tunnel to Towers has been looking for over a year in the across the Atlanta area for the appropriate property. Looked at other properties in other districts that didn't fit for one reason or the other. Either they couldn't be converted because of local zoning rules or other rules, but what they found was this one that did fit all of the boxes that they need to be able to provide this service, and we hope that you agree with that. Any questions, we're happy to answer and urge you
Thank you. Your time is
to follow
run.
the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition.
Good morning, all. My name is, excuse me, my name is TJ Ferguson, and I am the District 5 councilman for the new city of Mableton. I'm also the mayor pro tem, and unfortunately, our mayor was unable to be here this morning, but I send his greetings, and I had the honor last night of attending a meeting with Mableton citizens and Tunnels for Towers. So I was able to get a lot more good information about the program, what it is that they're trying to accomplish, and I applaud them. First of all, let me be clear. I am a veteran of the United States Navy who could have truly been homeless when I got out, if not for family and friends who helped me. I could not have had a career if not for family and friends who gave me options. I had a support system, and that's what every veteran truly needs when they get out of the military. So I truly am 100% on board with the Tunnels for Towers, Tunnels to Towers program. I'm in favor of it. Anything to help out my brothers and sisters when they finish serving our country, I am in favor of. What I'm not in favor of is this location. The location chosen for this project, I don't believe is the best location, the best fit. As city councilman and mayor of this new city of Mableton, I want to support your efforts. I want to partner with you to find a more suitable location. The Six Flags area will be an entertainment district. Yes, it has gone untouched for far too long, and it's now our job as the new city of Mableton to correct that course. And I would like the opportunity to be able to correct that course, but I can't do it if I'm not able to change some things that we have going on. I dream big of that area. I'm thinking downtown Disney. I'm thinking all the coolest stuff that we can possibly put down there. So this project just doesn't fit the landscape. It doesn't. As you look at it, it would then end up being a fenced-in compound that is in the midst of what we're trying to do from an entertainment perspective to keep people out, as was told last night. So my ask is simple, and it's a two-part ask. On behalf of the City Council, City of Mableton, I would respectfully request a continuance on this case so that we can have the opportunity, the mayor, Mableton, City Council, to sit down with Gavin and Tunnels to Towers to help find a suitable solution to the end location. And then my second one, Commissioner Sheffield, thank you for your efforts to revitalize Mableton. With storefronts and restaurants and housing. And I want to continue to work with you to stop allowing Mableton to act as kind of a dumping ground for things that can't go in other places or that get rejected from other places. Allow us to have conversations, continue to have conversations to figure out where it is that we want to put things, because as I ran for city council, I had conversations with people in Austell, in Smyrna, all around surrounding us. I firmly believe that there is a housing option that we can put everywhere in Cobb County. Not everything that is on the lower side of the housing spectrum needs to come to Mableton. not all the projects that can't go other places need to come into Mapleton. And we need to continue to work together on making sure that we make Mapleton the best thing that we can possibly make it. So, thank you.
Thank you. We only had one person stand in opposition. There are 6 minutes remaining. Okay. Not seeing anyone speaking in opposition, I'll turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
And Madam Chair and Board, before we get going, can I do one thing? I forgot to ask if there's anyone here in support of this application. So is there anyone here in support of rezoning application Z39? Please raise your hands.
Okay.
6.
6?
Thank you.
Okay, let the record show there's 6 people here in support. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I thought so. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I wasn't able to join you all at the meeting last night. I had a previous engagement at the time I received the invitation to join. But I will have the applicant to come up. I understand that there has been concern, and I'll let you know when, Kevin, not just yet. There's been security concerns or safety concerns for the community, but I did not hear that in the opposition's comments. I am very intentional on building out not just Mapleton, but all of South Cobb. I'm available to residents in the community. I oftentimes meet with residents in the community. I have been very intentional on meeting with the new council members and the mayor of Mapleton to kind of keep you in the loop of what's happening with respect to zoning. Although Mapleton has not taken on that service just yet, in an effort to have a strong relationship and to ensure that we are on the same page with respect to development, I have always extended an opportunity to meet with each of the members and also invite the members to my monthly In the Zone community zoning meetings. So I too would like that opportunity to continue to work together. I'm not sure if you all are working on anything. I have not been made aware of of any development or anything that you're working on, but you know that my door is always open for those conversations. I will have Kevin to come up. And this may be a better question for the applicant if he can just stand close by. There's been concern, and I've had concern as well, and you and I talked back in, I believe it was April of this year is when we had initial contact regarding this application, and the applicant shared his vision for the location. But there's been overwhelming concern from the community, at least with the emails that I received, of safety, the safety concerns. And we've had conversations about safety. In fact, this application was scheduled to be heard in October, but I held it for 30 days to give an opportunity for us to come up with a safety plan. So here we are today. But if you would just walk us through the safety plan. There was a mention regarding a gate around the community. We discussed that. There's been a fair amount of conversation with Cobb PD, the Director of Public Safety, and others. So if you would just talk to us a little bit about safety. And also, I would like for you, because I didn't really hear this in your presentation, but to spend time on the process, the screening process, because I think some might believe that this will serve as a shelter, but it's permanent housing. So for the benefit of those that are not really familiar with the application, if you can just talk about safety and also the process, the screening process.
Okay. I'll start just to set that, because there's two questions with safety and then as well as the screening process. Per your direction and your coordination, Commissioner, we had a meeting, very lengthy meeting, with your Cobb Department of Public Safety, as well as the precinct commanders, from this precinct area in which safety and security was discussed at length. They shared with us some extensive, overall safety and security plans that they have seen be very productive and efficient in other locations, and asked us, and the question was asked of Tunnel to Towers about their particular safety and security plan. So what they did is put together a very, because that's what they do, an extremely comprehensive safety and security plan that involved an emergency operations plan, an overall safety and security plan, a weapons policy, all of which has been submitted to public safety and the police as well for their review, input, questions. The details of which, kind of on a higher level, the weapons policy is there are no weapons there. Those are checked in if they're there and they're taken care of from a weapons standpoint. From a safety and security standpoint, the facility is simply gated. It's fenced and gated. That gate is one that's open during what you would call the office daytime business type of hours, and then closed later, as well as with full security, both for the safety of the surrounding areas as well as for the residents themselves and their security. As Gavin mentioned earlier, they do have 24/7 presence there on site at all times. It is with cameras throughout. Both all exteriors and entrances are fully camered and viewed and monitored, as well as, even as he mentioned, license plate scanners, so that they know who is there and what cars and vehicles are there as well. We can go into full detail, but just to give you the thickness of this stipulation letter that we sent in to submit it tells you that this was not a one-page safety and security plan, and you can see the amount of comprehensive detail that was put together, and we're happy to discuss any aspect or question as it relates to that as well. But I wanted to give you that overview and not go on and on about the level of safety and security that's provided here, and appropriately so. As it relates to what they call onboarding and screening, I'm going to let Gavin speak to that so that he can speak directly to how that is accomplished, because most definitely this is permanent housing. This is providing permanent housing to an underserved or not served specific population of our heroes. And what they are not doing is operating or proposing to operate a shelter, though they could under the existing zoning. So let's let Gavin speak to that specifically, so you can hear those details, like you said, that maybe some have not heard.
Thank you, Kevin. Just to reiterate, this is the antithesis of a homeless shelter. This is high-quality, permanent supportive housing, affordable housing for veterans. There are transitional programs throughout the nation that are less than desirable. There are places to lay your head if you are a veteran, but they are usually what you would think of when you think of homeless shelters. Our standard and what our board mandate is that if we would not live there, we would never impose it on someone else. So this is very high quality housing. To go into the intake procedures, as I said, we've substantiated veteran status. We work very closely with the local VA to facilitate that process, to make sure that they were honorably discharged, run an extensive background and criminal check on them to make sure that there, again, is no sexual offense-based history or any major crimes. And to the extent that we would find something like that would deem them ineligible, our National Case Management Network assists those veterans with referrals to other organizations better suited to those individuals. The safety protocol that has been submitted details almost every single scenario you could possibly imagine for this site. And what is of particular importance is the communication and the partnership with the local jurisdiction and the local EMS and the local fire department and the local police force. Because now, if one of those agencies are called, they're given no warning of what they're walking into. It could be a dangerous situation. They have no idea. We are going to be working very closely with the Cobb County Police Force and the other applicable departments in the area to create a system where if, God forbid, there is any issue, they'll be well informed prior to their arrival of what it is. We have staff that are trained in de-escalation tactics, and the continuity and appropriateness of the way that we handle scenarios, and God forbid in the unlikely scenario that has to be farmed out to the police force, they're coming on site with much more information on the situation for the safety of obviously our residents and the surrounding community.
Okay. And at the property, I understand with the tenants, will there be lease agreements, and is there a minimum period in which a lease needs to be signed? Or
That's correct, yes. No different than any other affordable housing permanent unit. There are going to be leases. The veterans pay rent. They have skin in the game, and that, as opposed to what you would deem a homeless shelter, that keeps them invested in the property and creating a community for all that, instills that dignity to them. But yes, to answer your question.
Okay. And regarding the length of the lease agreement, is there a minimum requirement for an applicant or for a veteran to sign the lease?
So the leases typically cover a year, but this is permanent housing. So if there are veterans where this is their last stop and they're looking for a place to live out their golden years in comfort and dignity, there's no requirement that they must leave after a certain amount of time. Our hope is that they graduate out of our program and go on to reconnect with their families or buy their own homes or work into a different area that provides an employment opportunity they may be interested in. But again, if this is their last stop, we will take care of them in comfort and dignity.
Okay. And there was concern that I had as well regarding the word getting out that this place can potentially be there and that it is a homeless shelter. If you can just share with us what the organization, how do you guys plan to handle any walk-ups that may not qualify for residency?
Absolutely. And just to back up for a second, this is a program for low-income veterans, veterans that are at risk, or veterans that may be sleeping on their brother's couch or in their car or just lost their employment opportunity or just got divorced. Because the Tunnel to Towers Foundation is not government funded, we're incredibly nimble and responsive, and we don't have to stick to the parameters of chronically homeless, which will force other programs into a state where there are gaps that are created. We're able to take the veteran where he or she is and work with them wherever they may be. As to any, to answer your question directly, most of our referrals come from outside organizations that are vetted before the veteran even comes on site, most particularly the VA. But in the instance that a veteran would arrive at our site, we have an extensive outreach program, the outreach policy which has been provided for this application, and our National Case Management Network assists those veterans if they are not eligible for our site with alternate housing solutions in the form of rental payments, application fees, broker fees, first month's rent, to stabilize them, remove that crisis element from their lives, and as I said, worked with over 1,000 organizations nationwide to provide that supportive service component to them. This is most particularly of importance with families. These are obviously studio apartments, efficiencies, so someone with 3 children that's living in their car, this is not a suitable location for them, just based on the size. So we onboard them into our National Case Management Network, and we're able to house them the same day and provide them with that platform of services the same day. No veteran is ever left out on the street, and Stephen Siller, being one of an orphan himself and having 5 children, a guiding mantra of our foundation is to provide for the children of our first responders and veterans.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have for the applicant. If you guys have any questions, you may ask.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. You also do background checks on all the applicants
That is correct.
that come in? And I know this is permanent housing for veterans, but can you speak a little bit about the services that are offered for mental health and rehab, or is that all done on site as well?
Absolutely. So we determined very early on it's not enough to just provide a high-quality housing solution. You really have to address the root causes of what a veteran may or may not be struggling with. It's a case-by-case basis. Every single person is different. And so we have an extensive process to diagnose those root causes. Some person may be very high-functioning and just lost their opportunity or employment opportunity. Someone may be struggling with their family situation. It's a litany of different things, but these are just some of the services that will occur on-site. We work with our supportive service provider, U.S. Vets, who has a 30-year track record of rehabilitating and reintegrating veterans back into society. They have programs all over the nation and service thousands of veterans every single year. So the Tunnel to Towers Foundation will be obviously the primary operators of this site in tandem with our service providers, U.S. Vets. But what we want to do is to work with the surrounding community and other organizations in the space to create the most comprehensive service profile possible, from small, medium, and large organizations, pet therapy, art therapy, music therapy, to employment opportunities, to apprenticeships. We have people reach out to us constantly because obviously we're pretty ingrained in the construction industry. They say, you know, I'm an electrician, I'm an HVAC contractor, I'm a plumber, how can I assist your foundation? And we said, you know, thank you for your support, but now we have an opportunity where they can provide employment opportunities to our veterans, apprenticeships, financial literacy. We have large corporate sponsors that will be providing financial literacy courses at this site to create that path of sustainability, because it's not enough to just, you know, house someone for 30 days. We need to create that path of sustainability to where they can be, you know, have that platform to reintegrate into the community.
So staff-wise, you have counselors, medical?
Yes, program directors, behavioral health specialists.
All on site?
All on site, case managers, peer support specialists, and then a robust presence of the VA, veteran service officers that work with the veterans to untangle the strange web that is the VA. It's necessary for the veterans to have their VA benefits, especially as it pertains to medical benefits. But navigating that system can be very challenging, and certain veterans feel disillusioned by the service that they may receive. And it's not the VA's fault, it just is a complex system. So we have staff on site that work with them directly to expedite those processes to get them the government assistance that they need.
And you provide transportation if they need to go to the VA or a hospital or somewhere else?
Correct. Daily funded transportation by the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Yep.
Okay. And are all these, it looked like they were one bedroom, so how would a veteran and his family be able to stay here?
Yes. So that's what I'm alluding to with our National Case Management Network. If there's someone that has a family, they wouldn't particularly be a good fit for this site. But we work with them and realtors and Airbnb hosts and other organizations, large-scale developers and landlords, to put them in a housing accommodation, a 2, 3, 4, 5-bedroom apartment or house that are better suited to their needs. We are able to provide them direct financial assistance to, again, remove that crisis element of I don't have a roof over my head. We're able to stabilize them and allow them to take a deep breath, and then we assign case managers that work on site at Tunnel to Towers to work out a plan of sustainability, work with them to get their HUD-VASH voucher or their other applicable government assistance, and then work with supportive service providers to triage whatever issues they may be experiencing at that time. At different locations throughout, obviously, Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and the nation.
And with this being a SLUP, it would be specific to this use only and no other, and your project is exclusive to veterans?
That's correct. As part of our application, we have agreed in these conditions, it's not only specific to this use, but this user, to Tunnel to Tower Foundation, and for this use only. So any change from that would require coming back entirely through the process, public hearing, notification, if there was any change in that was proposed. But it's to Tunnel to Towers specific, and this specific use only as described.
And the staff, what's a number that would be reasonable once the place is operational?
So direct staff, we anticipate between 12 and 15 staff. But again, there's going to be a large presence of multiple different organizations on site, staggered throughout the week, obviously, to offer those services to veterans. So there's going to be a robust presence there to ensure that veterans are engaging with their fellow veteran and also the staff, which has proven to reduce the effects of service-related trauma and to provide that comfort and dignity atmosphere that Tunnel to Towers does at all of our veterans villages.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Richardson?
Just curious, since it's a program that is, has been around and has its objectives, curious on what the outcomes have been, because that was one thing that I did not see. I saw the program. Program seems to be very robust, certainly services that are needed. But what have been the outcomes in other locations?
Incredible outcomes. Approximately 95% of veterans stay within the program. There are some that do graduate out and buy their own homes or reconnect with their families. But we've found is once the program is up and running, the support from the surrounding community is overwhelming. From Thanksgiving turkeys to Christmas trees to baked apple pies to clothing drives to everything that really instills that sense of community. It's a tremendous support system that the community provides, which we're very excited about at this location. But the outcomes have been tremendous in that regard.
Okay, because the program's objective said to get people on their feet, kind of going.
Yes,
So just curious, are we saying most, only 5% graduate, or?
So what I mean is that 95% of the people, it's a permanent housing complex. So this is not a transitional program where you would have people that are in a state where their funding runs out in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and then they have to go to another site. That is a rampant problem throughout the veteran community, these transitional programs, that it's sort of a never-ending cycle of you have a place to live, but where are you going to be in 6 months? Where are you going to be in 3 months? So this is the permanent housing solution for that. And to be completely frank, there are a large number of veterans that are older at our site and are looking for that place to call home in comfort and dignity as they live out their years. Obviously, people are living longer. It's a rampant problem that veterans don't have a place to stay, even if, when they are on a very fixed income. So we provide that to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being available last night, Gavin.
Thank you.
And also for being here today. The work that your organization does is tremendous. And in any county or city, I can't see it not adding tremendous value.
Thank you.
Our country is overdue in treating veterans with the level of care that they should get, considering the weight of service that they provide in protecting our country and also the world. At our meeting last night, we had about 40 people attend, and that expressed both support and opposition for this application. We even had veterans that came to the meeting and spoke in support and in opposition of the application. And I do want to address some of the things that were shared, as there are a number of concerns that I noted from last night's meeting. And the first one has to do with general land use of the site. I'm looking at the zoning application, which was to change the zoning category, and the staff recommendation was to keep the zoning category, but to add a SLUP. And the SLUP I'm seeing is for a suite hotel. And what I'm hearing from you is permanent housing, not a suite hotel. And so I wanted to ask staff, how are we considering these uses, as I don't necessarily perceive the interest for permanent supportive housing to be consistent with what someone would consider a suite hotel?
In the letter that Kevin Moore submitted that was addressed, Chair Cupid, he did ask for a variance in the special land use permit code to allow apartments in the suite hotel code.
Okay, so this is actually a variance for the entire use.
That's correct.
Okay, and variances we typically provide when there is a hardship
That's correct.
issue. And so there's a question of whether or not a hardship issue should result in a variance being at this site. And I know that there has been a lot of work to look for sites across the county, and residents were shared, or it was shared with residents last night, that there was consideration for another site, but because that conflict of use was there, this site was also viewed as a site. And so I'm having some questions because this is not an insignificant variance from our code. And not only do I look at the conditions surrounding this application, but I look at potentially any future use of this if somebody were to refer to this as being a precedent for how we can do zoning. And so with the SLUP analysis, there's a 15-point checklist that we run through on a SLUP analysis. And in my mind, I'm just trying to reconcile comments made with respect to the actual use from a zoning perspective, and then I'm going to walk through the SLUP analysis.
Sure, if I can speak to what we're proposing and why.
Okay.
This was an application for rezoning that was filed. So this was sought for rezoning to the RRC, from GC to RRC.
Okay.
So that's what we asked for. That's what we
Yes.
requested, which didn't require any variances, okay?
Okay.
Because this was seeking to convert what was a Wingate Hotel and convert it into permanent apartments, convert it into homes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what the proposal is. When staff looked at this, staff's recommendation was that having the general commercial zoning in this location was actually a good category for this location as a zoning category. And staff recommended instead that it be deleted and a special land use permit be recommended for approval. Under the general commercial zoning category, suite hotels are a permitted use with a special land use permit, okay, with a SLUP. But one of the requirements of a hotel suite is that it cannot be converted into an apartment or condominium. It has to be a suite hotel. So what we've done is simply address that one aspect of it, saying that, well, this can, because that's what's being proposed here, is that these be converted to homes, to
Okay.
permanent homes.
Yes.
Because that's what they do. Keeping in mind that a general commercial zoning category here also allows, by permitted use without a SLUP, a homeless shelter,
Okay. without
without any review here.
Okay.
And so I think that what we're trying to do was, we were trying to be responsive to what staff had recommended and felt that, hey, you know what, that's actually an excellent idea to have it be a special land use permit, because this is so specific, if you will, special to Tunnel for Towers,
Okay.
which is why we added the additional aspects of it, that it's specific to Tunnel to Towers user as an owner and operator only, and specific for this use as described only, so that it doesn't set a precedent. Somebody can't come in behind them and suddenly have an apartment community here that doesn't have what they are proposing. That can't happen here. This is only for Tunnel for Towers and only for their proposed use as we've set up. So that's really the distinguishing factor we'll hope you consider as part of this.
I'm going to share staff's response to the RRC request. We have a 5-question analysis of zoning, and one of them is whether there are existing or changing conditions affecting the use and development of property, which give supporting grounds for either approval or disapproval of the zoning proposal. And staff's response was, it is their opinion that there are existing and changing conditions affecting the use and development of the property, which give supporting grounds for denying the zoning request but granting a SLUP. The requested RRC category is being requested because it is the category which allows the density proposed. However, this district is not supported by the site's future land use designation of a CAC. By design, residential development at this level of density is encouraged only in a RAC where a zoning category is supported. So what we have here is a residential use, but because the zoning code is saying this residential use is not appropriate for what is indicated on the zoning or the future land use map, we're going to create a variance for a different category of office suite, which if someone were to put a multifamily apartment, this would not be considered suitable by staff's consideration. But it's being considered used because we're going to vary the code of a hotel. And to me, I think there's a bit of a challenge in that. Because when I look down here to staff's further remarks, it says, yet a suite hotel is an amenity lacking in this commercial corridor, and the existing hotel can be readily converted to a suite hotel. It doesn't say being converted to permanent, supportive, multifamily residential use, which is what the applicant is telling me they're requested. And also when I look at staff's remarks, I did not know until I asked the question that they're being asked to vary from the entire zoning code use for this. What it made me perceive is that our code just allows this. So I think we're kind of trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And what is perhaps is a question here is whether or not this use should encourage us to do that. When I further look at staff's response to whether the zoning proposal is in conformity with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan, but says this should be for a community activity center, staff also provides, it is staff's opinion that the applicant's zoning proposal is not in conformity with the policies and intent of the comprehensive plan, which delineates this property to be used within the CAC, a community activity center future land use category. A CAC land use provides for areas that can meet the immediate needs of several neighborhoods and communities. And everything about what's being presented today is telling me this is for a distinct, screened community. This is not a use that's a community use, even though it is in a future land use area for a community activity center. So there's a lot of concern that's been expressed last night. It wasn't here in opposition, but whether or not this use is fitting for this area. And this is my concern. It has nothing to do with the quality and the desirability of the use. I have concerns about the limitations of this use in a CAC. This use is adjacent to Six Flags theme park. It is also proximate in walking distance, perhaps of a quarter to half a mile from the Riverside epicenter. Community uses available on a large-scale basis where people come from all over and are walking up and down this corridor. There has been some anticipation from the council, the city council last night, and even from residents in the area that this would become an entertainment district with uses available to the community. And so what I do have some concern about is putting in a very narrow and specific use, which is not compatible to the entertainment use, but even to the community associated use that is being articulated in our future land use map. Some other concerns that I have shared, again, looking at whether or not this is the right location. For 20 years, I lived in a mile's distance from the Six Flags theme park. And when I go speak at events, I used to share I live a scream's distance from Six Flags. And the reason I shared I lived a scream's distance from Six Flags because my family can hear the screams of visitors in our home when Six Flags is operating a mile away. So my concern is putting in a permanent residential establishment immediately next to a park begs the question of whether or not you've considered the quiet enjoyment that would be needed from any resident living here, which is an assumed aspect of any resident in the state of Georgia from my looking at stakeholder and looking at quiet enjoyment. But particularly if you're looking at veterans, some who may have some impacts, possibly PTSD. Has there been some consideration for the noise impact for those who could be permanently living adjacent to a theme park with roller coasters and with screams that can be heard a mile away in someone's home?
Yes, there has been consideration for that, and
Okay.
they've had a good deal of discussion about that, and have addressed that with what they will be doing. I think that if I could respond, since you have me up here with the microphone, I understand the dynamic and the tension that can be created with the land use plan, but it's only a guide. Yes, this property is in the community activity center, but as you've noted, I don't consider Six Flags to be an appropriate use in the community activity center. That is a regional entertainment facility, not a community one. Likewise, Riverside Epicenter, I don't consider that use to be really a community activity center use. I consider that to be a regional activity center use. It brings in from a regional activity center. This proposed use, yes, I think staff recognize that the current land use plan of a community activity center and our zoning code allowed us to apply for RRC as a zoning category, which would allow this use, but that didn't marry up with the land use plan. What they believed is that, yes, they shared those opinions when compared to the land use plan, but their also opinion was they recommended approval with this one change to do this. And I think that is an appropriate change. And I think it's appropriate also to consider that your zoning code today, general commercial in this community activity center, allows this property to be used as a homeless shelter tomorrow, whatever you decide today. I don't think that's the right use, but it's allowed. It's permitted and it's allowed. But what we are proposing, what Tunnel to Towers is proposing, I think is precisely the use for this property that's extremely necessary. When we're talking about Six Flags, Gavin took the time to meet with Six Flags early on and met with them.
Yeah.
They're here
Correct.
in support, with a letter of support. That's what they think.
Okay.
There's no stronger member of the community. Word of Faith Church, no stronger member of the community. Gavin took the time to meet with Bishop Bronner early on to go over this, because they're right there, as you said, in support with the letter that we've submitted. So those, I think, elements and folks were consulted, were communicated with, and have supported it. So that's part of the community too, who sees this as a benefit for what they do. So
Thank you.
I understand that we can have different opinions about it, but I did want to make sure those points were made. Thank you for the opportunity.
I appreciate you sharing that, and I just want to respond to some things that you said. You said you were allowed to apply for RRC. Anyone's allowed to apply for any zoning land use application that they want. So that wasn't any favor or any special consideration for the application. That's anyone's right to apply for any zoning category that they feel is appropriate for their use, and then staff filters it. I'd also like to correct your comment. Staff did not approve this and recommend it with a SLUP. Staff deleted this. Their recommendation was to delete this to a SLUP. There's nothing in staff comments that provides approval for it. They recommend that we consider a SLUP which has a 13 or 15-point analysis for consideration because the requested land use was not appropriate, according to staff's opinion, which is why they recommended that deletion. There was some considerable concern last night that, yes, Six Flags theme park is an important partner. Yes, the church is an important partner, but the residents that live there every day are also important partners. And there were significant offense last night that there was not a direct outreach to those that live there in the community for consideration of this application. And this is why I am just relaying the concerns that they had there, because I think they are true concerns. There are concerns that we are, as was articulated by the city council member, that this community, this area is being considered for this because of some of the undesirable elements that you've shared and because of some of the worst case scenarios that you've shared. But what is good, what is attractive about this community? Because it is offensive when you tell somebody, because you risk getting a worst case scenario, therefore accept this. I've had that brought to my attention a lot as a District 4 commissioner, and it was met with offense every time. Just because you can get the worst of something doesn't mean that you should take any step above that. I think there should be consideration for what is desirable for a community, because there are residents who are active stakeholders of the community. And this is to take nothing away from the project. As I shared, there are people who are in support of the work, veterans who were there expressing support, but also with some very strong concerns about what this means for the future desirability of this being an entertainment area for their community, and also in light of what else could be attracted to this community if they don't continue to see that development of commercial in the way that it has been articulated through the future land use. I will go back and just look at, again, from a zoning perspective, a contrast in putting people to live immediately next door to a theme park. You can do a cursory Google search and look up residents next to theme parks, and there will be multiple articles that come up with respect to conflicting uses, contrasting uses. And so the concern is not just whether Six Flags perceives this as a contrast, but these residents are going to be Cobb County residents. They're going to be our citizens, and we could potentially be fielding those calls with those concerns. So our mindset has to not just go towards who is there weighing in today, but who can be brought in tomorrow and what types of concerns they may have. There were concerns with respect to noise, there were concerns with respect to lighting, and the applicant shared that there really isn't a concern about lighting. Once you're on the site, the tree coverage reduces that. There were concerns with respect to fireworks that sometimes are on a frequent basis at the Six Flags theme park, and I understand they're trying to, the Six Flags theme park president is looking at moderating the use of those fireworks so that it wouldn't be as frequent as they have been in the past, and I appreciate that. There's concern about having a fenced-off use right in what's considered to be an entertainment and tourist area, where again you have a lot of people walking back and forth, and what kind of message that gives to people in the community. Whether or not it gives a message about what's going on in the site or gives a message about the community, that was also viewed as a concern by residents. There are also some residents who asked about what partnership is being considered for the immediate community. Has there been consideration of organizations and partnership with them? I believe Connecting Cobb Veterans came to our meeting last night. Dan, I see your hand. Thank you for being there. There was some consideration for employment and jobs of residents there. I think the residents want to feel like they can be a partner if this is there. And so I would just ask for some thoughts with respect to the residents that shared those concerns last night and what a potential partnership could be.
Absolutely, and just to address your point as to the proximity to Six Flags, we were very cognizant of that. I was on site last night when the park was in full operation. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, so the lighting we don't believe is going to be an issue at all. Obviously, on July 4th and on other holidays, there are fireworks, but anywhere in the United States, you're going to experience that. We also, with a renovation plan, are incorporating an extensive soundproofing protocol throughout the exterior and into the interior. We discussed that last night, and we will share with you how that process is going to unfold, doing analyses of what occurs on site to minimize that.
Okay.
And then as for the involvement with the surrounding community, absolutely. As I've stated multiple times, we're very interested in being productive members of the community, having our veterans interact with the surrounding community. The Epicenter is obviously an incredible facility. We were given a guided tour there when we first visited the site, and we were blown away. There's a gym, a rock wall, a community center, a development center, for arts and plays. It was incredible. Obviously, Six Flags is in full support of this program. Amazon, which is not too far away, has an incredible amount of employment opportunities, and just the renovation alone will provide an incredible amount of revenue and galvanization to the surrounding area for contractors, local contractors that we will work with, as well as the hiring of Cobb County residents to staff this facility. So we're very interested in working with anyone that is interested with working with Tunnel to Towers to provide that comprehensive service model.
Thank you, appreciate that, and I'm sure some of the residents who are here today will appreciate that desire for a partnership. There were some questions, too, with respect to some of the uses that would probably be considered for any special type of housing, considering of housing affordability or grocery or a bank. Some other uses that are not immediately proximate and walking distance to the site. Can you talk about how residents there would access those uses?
Absolutely. So as this is permanent housing, there are veterans with vehicles, but to the extent that they don't have vehicles or they're disabled, which is of paramount importance to the foundation, we provide transportation daily to get them to grocery stores, to banks, to necessary appointments, to interviews, to the VA hospital. Okay. We also have canteens on site, which I probably should have shared last night, but there is food on site that the veterans can utilize, and it's based on their preference. And obviously, we don't want it filled with junk food. We want it filled with healthy food for our veterans. But living in New York City, I have to drive to my grocery store. So it's not within walking distance of my house, but we do provide that service so that no veteran is stuck in the facility without a mode of transportation. Uber and Lyft have been incredible partners as well, giving vouchers to veterans to allow them transportation. That is buttressed, obviously, by our daily transportation that is on site 24/7, as well as the bus lines that are in the area, the transit center, and the fact that veterans do have vehicles on site.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that transportation piece will be a helpful element, and it's also in front of a bus line there that hopefully will get more support from our residents to support that expansion. So getting back to the land use issue, and the noise consideration is one that's significant. I know when we considered a residential development near the base, it was actually stipulated in the letter for the development. I believe you had something regarding rating of soundproofing there. Short of that, I would just recommend, other than it being anecdotal, that there be some very strong condition about the noise element that is likely to be present next to the theme park.
Yeah, absolutely. We wouldn't object to that. And there is a strong natural buffer between Six Flags and our site in the form of trees. We are going to be buttressing that as well with a comprehensive landscape plan that will create that further sound barrier for the two locations.
Okay. And then there was another land use. There was discussion last night, so residents were concerned about this being converted to a multifamily apartment, which they did not desire to happen. And there is a stipulation in here stating that that would not be the case, but there isn't a reversion clause, as was stated last night, that I came across. Is there a reversion clause perhaps in one of the former letters?
There's not a reversion clause because this is now a deletion to a SLUP request, but it is specific to tunnel to towers, so that user, owner only. Okay. And this use only. So any change from that would not be permitted. You'd have to apply for rezoning.
Okay. So for the residents who are here, and again, we're here at the meeting last night, with the SLUP as the attorney shared, it is only for this use and this user. So therefore, a reversion clause is not necessary. It automatically would have to come back before the Board of Commissioners with the opportunity for public participation through a new rezoning application. So I think that moderates that concern. Let's see here. I'm sorry,
You
you
can
saying?
slide it as a step, but not just for this use only. That's already no other.
Okay, so there's a question of adding that in as a use, as a stipulation for this use and this user only, even though it's implied. Is that articulated in the application?
That's already noted.
Yes, there is in the September 25th stipulation letter, there's a specific condition that is proposed. It's approved for this applicant only and for this proposed use only.
Number 8.
I've asked some tough questions here.
You have.
I want you to know I'm in support of this work being done. I'm in support of the community, and I'm in support of this area being revitalized. I'm here as a chair. I'm also here as a former resident of that area for 20 years. There has always been concern that there has not been proper investment and attention needed in an area with such a strong regional attraction like Six Flags theme park. And there has been some anticipation with the energy of a new city council that there can be some dedicated attention towards that. There's a strong interest in seeing that area succeed, not just moving beyond what's there today, but moving beyond what it probably should have been and can be with having such a large, not just state regional attraction, but southeastern attraction if you look at the license plate of those who are there. I know from looking at the quality of the slides that you presented last night, this is going to ameliorate anything that detracts from a visual perspective what's there today. It's my hope that you will be a partner in what the community considers the future broad impact that this whole community can have in recognition of not only Six Flags, but the $30 million investment of the epicenter. And the leadership of the epicenter also expressed concerns, which I didn't share. I know there's a robust plan with respect to public safety. There is some concern with respect to loitering once they're outside of your property, should they not be admitted.
Yep.
I don't know if there's been some consideration with that, Commissioner, or to our applicant with public safety for potential loitering outside of the grounds.
Yes, we've discussed that extensively. And again, we don't ever leave a veteran on the street. If there are individuals that come to our site, and as I highlighted last night, that is not the typical course of action. These veterans are vetted prior to arrival at our site. But in the unlikely scenario that there is someone that shows up on our site, our outreach program triages and onboards those veterans into our National Case Management Network, and if they're not eligible at our site, we personally drive them to a location, a housing accommodation, or another program that is better suited to their needs. We don't ever leave anyone out on the street.
At their will. You will drive them at their will.
Yeah, you know, I can't force anyone
right.
to do anything.
But that could, yes, but that could be a concern, right? Some people do choose that lifestyle of not wanting to be sheltered. So that's just a concern that I think needs to have a high level of sensitivity for residents who have some concern around, again, this area not moving in that entertainment community direction, but moving in a different direction. Absolutely.
And if there were a veteran that would approach our site, my strong feeling is that they would want to avail themselves of our services. So I don't think there'll be people that are unwilling to have access to our services or our National Case Management Network just outside. What you'll find with our other programs is that there have been businesses of ill repute in the surrounding areas, and they have left after we've created our program there. We're looking to revitalize this site and add to the incredible work that is being done in that area by the epicenter, by Six Flags, by the surrounding community to transform that area. So I understand that this is a calculated leap of faith to an extent, but Tunnel to Towers does what they say. I can guarantee you that, and if you put your faith in Tunnel to Towers, you will not be disappointed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One final note, and maybe this is for residents, but it also is to address some of the remarks by our applicant. Revitalization takes time.
Yes.
If we were to look at the city of Smyrna, which is a neighbor of Mableton, that huge Publix development, that beautiful development at Windy Hill and at Atlanta Road, those took years. I remember, I think that Publix sitting vacant for like 7 years, that site being open. So it bothers me when you tell me this is what this site looked like over a past year during a pandemic. I mean, revitalization to get to where you want to be is not often a short-run activity. It's a long-range activity. And so I would just encourage us to consider the possibilities for what this area could be, now in partnership with Tunnels to Towers, and for us to look at the bigger, broad picture of revitalization. I believe you're on a fast track with your application, that your investment could be immediate, but there are, again, some other surrounding uses that may not take off as quickly. But I'd ask for us not to consider just the base use, oh, that could be a shelter, but let's consider the potential, the highest and best possible use, which I think the residents there have been desiring over a period of time. A SLUP doesn't necessarily have to be a permanent SLUP. It could be a time period which could give the ability to assess whether or not they're operating in the way that they're intended to be. I think that could be a way to moderate it, give us a chance to come back. We can come back with a great news story and say everything worked out just as planned, or we can come back and say maybe there needs to be consideration of other conditions. That would just, if I were to meet people in the middle, that's something I would, consider. But I just, the weight of my comments is just recognizing the weight of consideration for just the
Certainly.
movement of that site, Commissioner.
Certainly.
I'm going to turn things back over to you. Commissioner Richardson, I apologize. You had a
No, you're fine. I just have a couple of comments to make. And I know you were reading through the analysis, which, yes, is absolutely, I kind of share in a similar concern about the future land use and that overall plan. But there is a section that wasn't read, which was in italics. And that actually makes me ask a different question. It's a similar question, but it's the definition of the hotel suite. And it says that this application actually matches the exact definition of the hotel suite. So that, for me, is a little bit curious. I would like to see us be comprehensive in figuring out what the proper, if that definition is the one that stands, that's a little concerning for other locations, is all I'm trying to say. But that being the case, I think it's a really great program. I would like to see there be some additional conversations, though, to integrate it into what the future vision is for the area. But I also want to see these services come in. I know we even looked at District 2. I think that's still a conversation for where something could be helpful or found. But for this particular application, I would like to see there be some attempt to integrate it into a future overall plan.
I completely understand. Did you have? Okay. And I need to follow up with John on a couple of questions, but you can go ahead, Commissioner.
On the STIP letter from September 25th, number 8, I would suggest or recommend that rezoning of this property will be approved for this applicant only and for the proposed use only. I would change any future uses be approved by the Board of Commissioners as part of other business. I would change that to come back for full-blown rezoning. That way it goes to Planning Commission first and then us, and there's 2 public hearings to address.
We would be agreeable to that as well, to that change.
Right, no, that makes sense, and I agree with that. Were you done?
Yeah.
Thing I forgot to say. It was only after the mentioning of the temporary land use. The only reason why I would be a little bit hesitant to do a temporary is because this is a significant investment. And it seems like we kind of want to be sure. I don't know, though, but I'm open to.
Well, I mean, the challenge there is this, as you know, as commissioners, we're not to consider,
Correct.
Any type of financial impact one way
Correct.
or the other, or any type of financial investment.
Correct.
But point well taken. Just a couple of things. There was mention about the community not being aware or there hasn't been any community engagement. I just want to confirm that the mailers were sent.
Yes.
The
Yes.
zoning notification mailers were
Yes,
sent? Okay.
the mailers were sent. We also started reaching out, I mean, as you know, back in April and earlier this year at other sites, and certainly reached out to all of those that Gavin mentioned that he met with from a community standpoint, as well as engaged right away with the Mableton Improvement Coalition and had several meetings with them and their folks. It was involving a lot more than just a couple of people. So there was all the outreach that we could do.
Right.
So
And-
just,
but-
and that's more for the benefit of the
If-
residents. I know that y'all
Allow
know
me. Go
that.
ahead.
I just want folks to know that.
Right. No, I just think that the concern, because in that area, you know, and I think the notification is 1,000 feet.
Yes.
So obviously, there are residences that are greater than 1,000 feet from this proposed location, but still considered to be in very close proximity.
Sure.
So I think that's where the disconnect might have occurred, unfortunately. John, I wanted to go back to the RRC zoning category. And I know that there's several other criteria that needs to be met. Can you just talk to us a little bit about that zoning category and also staff's analysis on the SLUP recommendation?
Sure. The RRC zoning category is really meant to be in your regional activity centers, near Town Center Mall or Cumberland Mall or the Galleria area. It's not really intended to be in an area like this that's in a community activity center. So, you know, the staff did analyze this, and, you know, we thought this was a good reuse of the property. So deleting it to a special land use permit was the staff's attempt to kind of meet in the middle with something that would allow them to do what they want to do and also have parameters on what they can't do. You know, the one thing about a SLUP that hasn't been discussed here yet is SLUPs are a little bit different than rezonings. Rezonings are permanent. SLUPs, you know, you can put a time limit on it, but generally for things where there's a lot of capital investment, the board does not do that. The board has done that to like used car lots where there's not a lot of capital improvement. But the other thing that SLUPs have that zonings don't have is if they don't meet the conditions the board puts on them, then we could put them on a show cause hearing to revoke the SLUP.
Correct.
That has not been discussed here. So that's one other tool in the toolbox that Cobb County would have if they're not
Okay.
meeting the conditions, is a
Okay.
show cause hearing.
Okay. Okay.
That's exactly right.
All right. Regarding the area, and it's been shared last night, and, you know, it was a missed opportunity for me, but I just couldn't make it. So thank you, Chair, for sharing the summary and some of the points and concerns from last night. I appreciate the coverage. This area, and I live not far from this area as well, and, you know, there has been anticipation for some time with respect to what the area can be. I reviewed an LCI study of 2012 regarding the area, which was over a decade ago, but to the chair's point, it's taken Smyrna quite some time to become Smyrna, and several other areas that we see develop now. It's not an overnight process. With the LCI study of 2012, I had an opportunity to review it and kind of skim through it, and I'm just not seeing where there has not been any movement. I'm not sure what the challenge might be, but I also understand the desire of the new mayor and city council to work in partnership also of what it can be. There's a lot of concern from the community, most of which I am already aware because I've had several conversations with community members regarding their concerns. Safety concern was one of the main things, and that's why we held the case from last month to have a safety meeting and come up with a very comprehensive safety plan. But in light of also last night's meeting, and I know there was a request to continue it, I'm not sure if there's been conversations with respect to another location. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of sharing what was shared today from the speakers. I'm not sure if there's been any outreach at all. This application, I understand it was submitted before the new mayor and city council took place or were elected in May and June. This application was submitted in August. So I am aware that there may not have been knowledge of it, but I'm just wondering if last night, and maybe opposition can also speak on whether or not there's been communication or conversation around other locations. But you also mentioned another location in your comments earlier. Can you share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I just want to go back to the point about revitalization. I completely agree that that does take time, and obviously the Tunnel to Towers Foundation can't speak for other property owners or businesses. But what I can say is that our renovation of this property will occur in record time. It will be done within the next calendar year, absolutely. I can tell you that when we reached out to the other organizations, the other two motels on the block, they were in full support of the program as well. One of them even offered to sell me his property, which we are not doing. But, well,
Just going to expand the business.
but so that change may be a little bit more rapid if we're able to effectuate this. As for alternative sites, we have looked at a litany of other sites throughout Atlanta. We have an extensive acquisition criteria that is very important to the safety and to the surrounding community. We can't have any motels, any exterior doors. There needs to be one mode of ingress and egress controlled. And then we obviously want to be in areas of walking distance to things such as the epicenter and other avenues of transportation. So we have a robust team that is searching constantly throughout the United States for properties that check, 90% of the boxes that we need to pull off a successful program, and this is the only one that had met that criteria. Within that, there was another one that I discussed with Commissioner Richardson, and it was checked most of our boxes. However, upon further evaluation of it, it was in a proximity to Dobbins Air Force Base, and as such, we weren't allowed to properly rezone it for our use. Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson did bring up in her comments that another location at Dobbins, and my first question is it in the APZ zone?
It is.
It was.
Well,
It was,
if you
and
don't
that's-
change the zoning and add a SLUP, you can do it because it goes by the SLUP. And that's part of the issue here, which is it still kind of bothers me that we had a full-blown variance and it's not clearly articulated as such. I mean, we're stating that this is a hotel suite, but we're stating it's permanent supportive housing. So I get the whole Dobbins thing, but there's got to be some consideration of this zoning category and what we're doing here today. Something just seems a bit amiss.
Right, and even though I know it's not that zoning case, I just want to clarify for the record, yes, the location that checked most of the boxes was located in the APZ, but there were other alternatives that we were trying to identify that were outside of the APZ for that reason.
In District 2.
In District 2.
In District 2.
Right. Okay. Okay. Are there any more comments or concerns or anything to share?
I would just ask, and I'm going to reiterate, I don't want to just ask the question, but I really would like an analysis of this zoning and looking at the office suite category for our zoning manager and our community development manager, looking at office suite, looking at permanent supportive housing, whether or not we do have an appropriate zoning category for it and what the future land use should be for that, outside of the SLUT.
Yeah, and just
Go
to
ahead, John.
just to address your comment, Chair Cupid, with the UDC, we are looking at other categories that allow higher density residential.
Okay.
So if the UDC was in place, then this would have gone into one of those categories pretty easily.
Okay.
But we don't have those yet.
Okay. Maybe it can be addressed there, but I just, again, I've never seen us vary completely from a zoning category, and again, looking at staff's analysis, it's not clear from reading that 5-point analysis that this is a variance from a complete zoning use category.
John, regarding the UDC, you mentioned that with the UDC, this would possibly have gone through without any conditions being placed. Can you talk to us a little bit so the audience will have a full understanding of?
What I meant to say, Commissioner Sheffield, it would have been they would have submitted a zoning category that would have fit. You know, right now, their density is at 28 units per acre. You know, it's my understanding that our consultant is proposing 2 other multifamily categories that would meet this density. Because currently, we do not have something that meets this density that he could use that would meet our land use plan. Because currently, our zoning goes from RM8 to RM12 to RM16.
Oh, I
And
see.
then once you get past RM16, then you have to go to RRC to get higher density residential.
Okay.
But the UDC will introduce probably something in the probably 30s and maybe in the 60s to address that.
Okay, all right. Jessica? Yeah.
Yeah, and John's absolutely right. And one thing I just want to make clear here also, with the additional higher density categories that are being proposed for consideration in the Unified Development Code, of course, that's a completely public process. That's all open to the public and we'd like input to that. But it would still require coming forward for a rezoning request to the Board of Commissioners. So John's exactly right. The density that they proposed didn't fit our existing categories. But if those are added into the UDC, it gives you some additional tools in your toolbox, your zoning toolbox, to consider these types of requests in a way that is more in line with the future land use plan as well.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. Go ahead.
So under RRC, would this be allowed at 20 units per acre?
Yes, that's correct. That's the only current category we have, correct, John?
Okay,
Right.
because there has been another multifamily apartment complex approved that was 24 or 25 units per acre in the past.
John,
You mean on
wanna speak
City
to that?
View? Or
Well,
Prestwood?
whichever
Okay,
one.
okay, okay.
The battery, I mean, they have a number of
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but and this isn't multifamily, this is.
right. It's for special land use.
Yeah, and just to give the
Thanks.
board a comparison of what's going on with this one, you know, we tried to find a category that would fit it. Next month, the board has a zoning application, Z65 in Commissioner Burrow's district, which is very similar to this one. They have an old hotel they want to convert to workforce housing apartments. So that one happens to be in Iraq, so they're asking for RRC. So that one's going to work.
That's going to work, yeah.
It's just that it's not in an RRC.
That's right.
This one, right. Which, you know, it always makes it challenging because you mentioned that you have one to come before us next month in District 3 to offer workforce housing, and where we're sometimes challenged when we're asked to make these decisions. You know, on the one hand, there is the homeless issue, veteran issue that we are asked to provide solutions, provide permanent housing, provide stability to the men and women that have served this country. But at the same time, there's community concern, which obviously is just as important. Once the development is built, then obviously the community would be there in the same community. I do believe that with Tunnel for Towers, they have put together a great plan. What they're looking to do, I think, is fantastic in providing, stabilizing our men and women who have served this country. And understanding the category of the RRC and the recommendation for SLUP. As John mentioned earlier, SLUPs are just a special land use permit. You have a permit for a particular use, and in this use is to provide permanent housing. Generally also, which was mentioned, we don't typically assign a time period to a SLUP because of, in most cases, you know, investments that are made, which obviously, as commissioners, we're not here to consider. But I do also believe that there is a point in which the community and the developer can meet halfway. There was a recommendation to continue the case to next month, which I am open to if the applicant is agreeable. If there's plan to have further discussion with the community, I am open to do that. I'll give you guys an opportunity to speak on that, or.
I think the invitation or the request was to meet to discuss other locations. We're always happy to meet and talk, and Tunnel to Towers Foundation is unbelievable at that. I think we would, and I know Gavin would absolutely take the invitation to sit down and continue to meet with them and to form those partnerships and to ensure that there's continuity in terms of communication and discussions and to help support and build what they want to do and what the community wants to see so that communication can be there. But as far as simply continuing the application for the actual request was so that we could go look at some other sites, and that's, they've been doing that. And we discussed that briefly, and he did, discuss that in detail. So for that purpose, I don't feel like that's going to really achieve anything. And I always hate to say that, but I don't want to give some sort of false understanding or hopes, because I don't believe that would achieve what's intended there.
Okay. If I could just hear from Mr. Ferguson.
There's 2 or 3 different sides to this whole coin. And yes, a new location is partially the conversation. Something that I truly failed to mention earlier is when you come into a community that is built, that's thriving, that's working, everybody's going to know what's happening. We need to have a full conversation to talk about how to make sure that the community is involved and is appreciative of the services that you're bringing in. So that's one of the other reasons why I would like to do the continuance, not necessarily just only to speak about how we find a different location, but also to consider how do we get the community on board with this location, get them happy about this location if this is the only location that we can find. I've heard that there's been multiple other locations. I still want to entertain those. I still don't believe that this is the right location for it, but I also want to make sure that if this is the one that we have to settle on, I need to have the community behind us. I need to have the community ready to support you so that you are successful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments, Mr. Ferguson, Councilman Ferguson. This one is obviously one that we have discussed at length. We've had several meetings, one as late as last night. I think that what Tunnels for Towers is proposing would help to stabilize the most vulnerable in our community, to provide housing to the men and women who have served this country. There are services that will be provided at the location. It's not a transitional or short-term living. In fact, the tenants are required to at least have a minimum of a 1-year lease. Just last year, or just the year before, I believe, there was an application approved for apartments just a little farther down the road on the top near Riverside Parkway. Granted, it was not next to Six Flags, but there was a much larger community, residential community, that was approved, and that zoning was TS, tourist attraction. I don't know what the S is, but Tourist Services. That parcel on City View, which is on the other side of this location, was also zoned Tourist Service. And it was rezoned into, I believe, RM8 for an apartment community. While the plan here is to provide residential housing, it is still requested by staff to be a SLUP. And with that, with the SLUP, as been mentioned earlier in the hearing, that as commissioners, we have the flexibility, and I don't want to say imposing, but adding a stipulation of time to the SLUP magazine. I'm sorry, to the SLUP category. I think what we have here, there is a willingness on my end, and it sounds like with the community, by all accounts, the community is supportive of the development. I have not heard today or at any other community meetings, including my monthly In the Zone meetings, that no one is supportive of this application. I think we're all on the same page there. We all believe in what the foundation is offering to our veterans. But I also can't ignore the concerns of the community. I also believe that there is an opportunity to create a partnership with the community in Tunnels for Towers. I met with the president of Six Flags, Dave Zellner, several months ago, and I had an opportunity to talk to him about this project, and he shared that he is supportive, which he submitted a letter of support, but he's supportive of this application, and he's excited about it because of the workforce development he has right next door to his park. I am concerned, which I spoke with the applicant and Gavin regarding fireworks, et cetera, and it's been shared that there would be, I guess, soundproofing included in the build-out or the materials of the property. So what I'm prepared to do is approve the application and add a time limit on the SLUP. This is probably the easiest way and the most fair way to split the proverbial baby. So I am prepared to, in consideration of a SLUP, I don't know what would be a fair length of time for the SLUP, but in understanding the services that are offered at this location, my thought is that it should be greater than 2 years. We talked earlier about the pace in which development occurs. I'm excited about the new city of Mableton. I'm excited about the vision for the community, and I look forward to continued partnerships with respect to development of the area. Would 5 years get us there? I'm not sure. It might. But 5 is the number that I'm settling on. I think that will give an opportunity for the vision to begin to come together at the city. It took Smyrna 30 years to get to where they are. If you all are familiar with the Bolton Road area in Moores Mill, that's another area. It took over 10 years. I met with the developer there to interest him in developing on Veterans Memorial, and that's when I learned that that area was a part of a 10-year TAD. So when we see development, it's not just here, not here today, and then it's here tomorrow. It takes time. It takes time to do that. The current hotel has been a location of crime, nefarious behavior, code enforcement violations. So I do believe that what's being proposed would be an improvement of the current hotel, and I think we all agree to that. So I'll just end it there, and I'll just be prepared to make my motion. Hold on, let me get my notes. Okay. I make a motion to delete Z39 2023 to the SLUP zoning category based on the following conditions. Letter of agreeable conditions from Kevin Moore dated November 15th, 2023. Revisions to the letter of agreeable conditions from Kevin dated October 25th with the following changes. Remove the word applicant states from stipulation number 3. Add final elevations to be approved by the district commissioner at the end of stipulation number 4. Add the Veterans Village Site Safety Protocol Manual / Emergency Operation Plan for the Atlanta Veterans Village, the Weapons Policy of November 1st, 2020, and the Perimeter Security Plan received on November 4th, 2023 from Gavin Naples shall be included as the safety plan for the development at the end of the stipulation. Add final landscape to be approved by the district commissioner at the end of stipulation number 7. Amend stipulation number 8 to also include that any future use is to come back through the regular zoning process. And has already been stated that this use or this SLUP is for this applicant and this applicant only. And again, any future use shall come back before the Board of Commissioners as a regular zoning application. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And that's my motion.
Okay. I'll second, and we can have further discussion. I was going to see if you're amenable to adding that the applicant has to provide you a noise attenuation plan
Yeah.
for the building.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was that your only recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Noise attenuation plan?
Yeah.
I do have a,
So, when you say delete to SLUP, what happens to the GC zoning? I thought we were adding a SLUP.
It's still there.
Okay, but you don't add the SLUP, you just delete it to a SLUP?
It's GC with the slug.
Right. So they,
The application request.
Pardon?
Including the application request.
they're deleting the application. It wasn't a SLUP application that was
Okay.
submitted.
It was RRC.
Right.
Okay.
Right. It wasn't a SLUP.
And then the SLUP is for a 5-year period?
Correct.
Okay. And are you going to add with reporting back to you and the community as far as how this progresses and
Oh, absolutely.
community engagement, however you want to word it?
hi, yeah, so my question, first, one is a clarification on something earlier. So when I was referencing investment, I wasn't necessarily referencing the financial investment, but specifically infrastructure, like the gating, the security plan, et cetera, that's being put in place. And so the question that I have for the time constraint on here is, what happens in year 5? Like, when it no longer exists? Because I'm sure we have other zonings like this, I'm just not as familiar with them. What happens at the end of that duration? Are they going through the zoning process that final year? If it then that doesn't happen, is the property vacated? Like what happens?
Well, you know what, John, I'll let you handle that.
At the end of the 5 years, Commissioner Richardson, they can apply to renew the SLUP, or they can apply for a new zoning category if there's one available that fits their use better than the SLUP.
Okay.
And John, would it be like our land use permits, temporary land use
That's what I'm
permits, that
wondering.
they would be for 5 years and then they'd have to renew?
Yes,
Or they could renew for the same thing?
that's right.
Because a lot of the temporary land use permits are not whole build-outs. They're
No.
like firewood versus not firewood, or so that's
Right,
why, or
but those are
cars versus
temporary.
not cars. And so this being a significant, and that's what I mean, like from investment, like this is an infrastructural change, it is a use change. Like how does, in the scenario that it doesn't go, doesn't go well, I just want to make sure.
Right, they would have to come back to renew the SLUP, and at that point, we would decide as a board whether or not to renew it.
Right. I'm just saying, like, would they then be vacating the premise? Like, how does that work if it doesn't get extended? I'm going for the worst
John, you
case
wanna
because I want to
share?
make sure we're covered.
Yeah, sure.
If they do not apply for the renewal, then they're going to have to leave.
Thank you.
Or what you mentioned earlier, if the provisions or the stipulations are not adhered to with the SLUP, then they will also be able to leave under those circumstances
Yes,
as
if
well.
they don't meet the SLUP requirements, then we can have a show cause hearing and revoke the SLUP.
Right.
And they
Okay.
can use the building for any GC purposes. They'll still have the GC underlying zoning,
Correct.
Right.
which enabled a hotel, and has a GC is one of the broadest commercial zoning categories that we have.
Right, because, to your point, although it's a SLUP, if the SLUP is no longer granted, it's already zoned for a hotel with the benefit of having the renovation of the hotel.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner,
Go
may I
ahead.
ask John a question? John, the show cause hearing, that could still occur within that 5-year period?
That's
Should there
correct.
be? Okay.
And also, Robin, to add to the motion, is that a noise attenuation plan to be submitted. Let me put a date on that.
And the noise attenuation plan should consider the noise of the park when it is open, not in
Right.
the off-season.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Let's see. If we can have that plan submitted by, let's see, December 20th.
Is the park open now?
Part-
You-
No,
you're
but it's
putting a
not,
condition.
but it's not exclusive to the park. Or was your recommendation exclusive to the park?
That's the main noise, again, that I know that I've heard living there that makes me very concerned about someone living immediately adjacent to the park.
Right.
I don't know how long a noise attenuation plan takes, but it seems like it would take a month, more than a month, especially considering the workforce
So just,
challenges across all industries.
sorry,
I don't know what reasonable time frame to consider, but I know that it should be considered when that park is active.
so just for clarification, are you stating that the park should be open first before they come up with the plan, or do you have the plan in place?
It's, to me, almost, I don't know how to gauge the decibel reading of what noise emits from a park during active service. If that's something that Six Flags already has documented, then this might be a faster process. But if
Gotcha.
that isn't documented, the only way I know to glean that is for testing to be done to get that decibel level noise while the park is running, and then to see what kind of steps can be taken to
Right.
buffer that noise.
Right. But, what I think also is there should at least be some type of preliminary plan. I'm not sure if there's been consideration regarding this noise plan or even if Six Flags already have it, but I think for a preliminary plan, if we could at least begin to work on that and submit something, even though it's very preliminary, by December 20th.
Wait, can I just ask a question? Really?
Sure.
Why not just incorporate as a part of the site plan review process, that it's required as a part of that process and not, because we don't really know
Before they
what's.
get an LDP.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work. All right, thank you. So the,
We also have a noise ordinance with measurable
yeah.
decibels.
Yeah. Also,
We were just communicating, we have a new noise ordinance. I don't know how a noise ordinance works next to a theme park.
Robin, to also,
They may be exempt, I don't know. Jessica, can you speak to that? Because with our noise ordinance and the tools that the police now have to measure the decibels, how is that going to impact our?
The noise ordinance doesn't speak specifically to theme parks,
just
but
the
it does
decibels.
outline prohibited noises, and if any of those prohibited noises, if they achieve the decibel level that's spelled out in the new noise ordinance, then at that point, if that's measurable and there's a complaint, then the police department could take effect or take action on that. With regard to the noise attenuation, I think there's a lot that could be done in the building, and given that the building is already a hotel, some of it may have already been done with the windows and those sorts
Right.
of things to help
Good
dampen
point.
some of the noise.
Very
So
good
there are
point.
things that could physically be done to the building, just like is often done in areas that are close by to airports or other industrial uses to help alleviate some of the noise
Mitigate
concerns
the
inside the
sound.
building versus what may have been done to your single-family residence.
okay. Okay. So Robin, did you get that for the noise attenuation plan to be submitted during site plan review? Right. And also ask, and I'm not sure if we can stipulate this, but if I can, I will, that there are ongoing meetings with the community. I would request a minimum of annually, and obviously more than that. And I'm sure that Councilman Ferguson and others will be instrumental in having those meetings and calling those meetings with the community in Tunnels for Towers.
I've seen
And
that, I've seen that be effective for new users.
Yeah.
I've seen a quarterly meeting.
Yeah, and I think that in recommending that, it's an opportunity to build a stronger relationship with the partners and also with the community residents. And Robin, did you get that? It's a SLUP for 5 years? Okay, all right. Okay,
I think
that's it.
that's your motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And we had a second. Is there any additional discussion? Commissioners, call the question. And the motion carries 4-0. Commissioners?
Before we do, I just want to thank everyone
Yes.
for joining us today and being a part of the zoning process. It is one that, we review our applications very carefully. We meet with applicants, we meet with community members. It's not always easy to make the decisions that we make and analyze those things that are before us. But I thank you all for joining us today. And if you are leaving now, happy Thanksgiving to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, I want to be mindful of time. It is now 11:43. It is likely a next hearing may go into the lunch hour. No? If you would like to keep going, I'm going to still take about a 7-minute break until 11:50, and we'll come back. And then we'll see how we can get through the held and continued cases. We have 2 more listed, the next one being LUP 19, right? Okay. Okay, thank you, Commissioners. We'll come back at 11:50.
I also have this to submit.
Okay, welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. We are still on our held and continued cases, and our next matter up will be LUP 19. We will have Commissioner Burrow respond to this case in place of Commissioner Gambrill. And with that, our applicant, Gonzalo Castillo, please feel free to join us up front here for the hearing.
And
Sorry,
before-
John, I took your role.
Why am I even here?
Why don't we switch places? You want to sit?
No.
No.
Oh, come on, John.
That would be fun.
We don't bite.
And Madam Chair,
Not yet. Not yet, sir.
before we
That's
begin
a
this
good
case,
question, yes.
I do have some good news. The opposition for our OB that was pulled off consent has left, and they're okay with this now. So it'd be the board's desire to put this back on consent after I read it back
Really?
in.
Okay,
It might shorten the hearing a little bit.
yes. Okay, yes.
Okay, so let me read this one in real quick.
Okay, sure.
Other business item number 45 of 2023 is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Allen Barron regarding rezoning application Z38 of 2012. The property is located on the south side of Six Flags Parkway, east of Bishop Road, and land lot 505 of the 18th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the stipulation letter from Adam Rosen dated November 15th, 2023. Site plan contained in the other business packet with the district commissioner approved minor modifications. Number three, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number four, stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number five, hours of repair should be the same as business hours. Power tools are to be used between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Number six, no outside storage of any trucking or repair parts, materials, or tools. Number seven, fence screening should be added along the Six Flags Parkway frontage. And number eight, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 45? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
And for the record, if we will, the previous opposition has withdrawn her opposition and communicated that to the Commissioner Sheffield.
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I make a motion to approve OB 45, 2023.
Second.
To add to.
No, just as read in by,
As read into the record.
by Mr. Peterson, yes.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, Adam, thank you. This was my very first zoning cold case file. So we're finally getting to solving this case. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your time. And Madam Chair, I know you worked with us on this as well. And
Exactly. It's been a long time.
I explained to Ms. Denny that was here that this is a very different application than what it was before, and things are finally moving forward in the right direction. So
Good, thank you.
for that.
Good to hear. All right, so there's a motion, a second. Any more discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Commissioners. John, can you help us to?
Just for approve as consent. Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. John, can you help us in reading in the next case? As
Sure.
There needs to be a call for opposition.
Okay.
Yes, this one.
LEP 19 of 2023, Gonzalo Castillo requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 143 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Memorial Parkway, west of Jim Owens Road. Is the applicant present? Yes, the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19? Got two? Okay, let the record show there's two people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning. You may go ahead whenever you're ready. Just state your name for the record first.
My name is Maria Morales. I'll be the interpreter. Beatriz Castillo.
Okay.
We are here. We're not pretty sure why we're here. We're having a complaint having too many cars in the driveway or out. Actually, it's not even the driveway. Outside in the streets. Last time when we came, they have a picture with a line of cars that were there, but I think that picture was taken when it was probably like a Bible study or an event in the house. So we don't know what do we hear, like way too many cars. The cars that day are at the house, then in the driveway, and there is like still space in the driveway to put more cars. But there is cars, 5 cars, okay? 2 college students, her car, Gonzalo Castillo's car, and another one that he uses to carry his tools.
Does that conclude your presentation for us?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. With that, we'll now hear from opposition, and they'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak. I know there are 2 people. I don't like to share your time with each other, but there's a timer up there for you to follow.
My name's Robert Madden. I live next door to the Gonzalez family. First, I want to say that there have been numerous violations of code at their residence, and we have a code enforcement officer here. I spoke with Officer Cochran, and there were at least 4 violations. 1 for occupancy, 2 farm animals, multitude of cars in the driveway, and also from Cobb County Animal Control, their dogs biting a neighbor. My contention is that these folks do not have a rule of law. They do not listen to what they've been told. In fact, when the code enforcement officer was there, their goat was out in the front yard eating, okay? Our life here in Cobb County is a quality of life issue, and our neighborhood is right off of Jim Owens Road. The traffic on Jim Owens Road is coming down our neighborhood and our road, and we have had people that have been hurt. We've had a kid that literally on a motorcycle cut a deer in half by speeding down our road. The safety factor of having all these cars in the middle on the side of the road, and I submitted pictures to Kelly Grimbrell of last weekend where there were 6 cars over there at their residence. This is a traffic safety hazard, and these folks do not obey the laws. And I would like for code enforcement to list the enforcement infractions that they've been written up on.
Sir, this is your time to make your presentation.
Pardon me?
This is your time to make your presentation.
Yes.
Okay. You can't call witnesses, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I've told you what Officer Cochran told me, okay? I've got his, I had a discussion with him in my front yard. So these folks do not abide by what they've been told to do, and there's no guarantee that if you approve 4 vehicles, 5 vehicles, there won't be 6 or 7 vehicles next to my yard this coming Saturday. So it's a quality of life issue for us in our neighborhood, and it just keeps going on and on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There was someone else here in opposition. Does that individual desire to speak? There's a balance of 7 minutes on the clock. Okay. Not, okay.
Hey, Dave. My name is Robert Bradford. I live on the same street as Mr. Madison does. And coming home on Saturday night late from 11 to 12 o'clock from my farm, I throw my high beam spotlights on because coming down past their house, there's multiple cars out on the street that are not even turned the right direction. You know, you're supposed to be turned going the right direction so you can see the tail lights. Well, it's not like that. It's just multiple cars all out on the street. And it's like that on down through our street. So I just wanted to, you know, reinforce what Mr. Madison is saying about how many cars is parked in their driveways. The weekend is a lot worse. So that's just what I wanted to point out too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That concludes our opposition. Commissioner Burrow,
Thank you.
turn it over to you. Yep.
Yeah, Alyssa, would you like to come up? In our book, there's several pages of code violations from this. And again, I'm leading the charge on this one for Commissioner Gamble. She's not with us today. Also, she wanted us to submit for the record the picture from one of the neighbors that spoke. So I know this is a result of a code violation. So can you tell us what was observed when your officers made a site visit on several occasions?
We received a complaint January 31st, 2023, in regards to 6 or more vehicles being at the property overnight. The officer went out and observed 5 vehicles at the property and met with the owner and the adult daughter of the owner and issued a notice of violation for single-family dwelling. And from January up until now, we've done multiple rounds of early morning inspections. During our last one that was conducted at the end of October going into November, the property was found in violation of having 5 vehicles at the property 90% of the week. What's allowed for this property is 4 vehicles. There was also, during the time frame, other violations that have been corrected. At one point, they had goats and other livestock at the property. There was a huge pile of tree debris that I observed during the inspection with items outside. All of those violations have been corrected since. The only remaining violation we have at this time is there are too many vehicles at the property.
So they are allowed 4 related adults, and that's all that are living there?
Yes, ma'am. 4 adults and 4 vehicles.
Okay, so it's just the cars that are the violation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because they're asking for 5, but the picture shows 6, and were there other violations more than 5, or that you've seen?
There were occasions during the early morning inspections that the officer did see 6 vehicles, but not frequently. And if they're not having more than 4 vehicles most of the week, then they're in compliance. But during the first go-around of early morning inspections, they did have more vehicles.
Okay. And I believe staff has recommended denial on this, and also the Planning Commission. I know this was continued initially, I guess, from September, because the applicant wasn't present. And then last month, we had to call to get the applicant here, and the opposition left thinking it was moved to this month, I think. So in light of all the information with code enforcement, I'm ready to make a motion. I make a motion that we deny lot 19, and based on the opposition from the neighbors and staff recommendation, and John, do I need to give a time frame to come into compliance? Yes. So, 3 months to come in, 90 days to come into compliance of 4 vehicles outside only. And that would be my motion.
Second?
Yes. Is there any discussion? I just have an observation. I'm looking at a GIS of the property. They have more than enough driveway space to accommodate even more than 4 vehicles. Just, yeah, I'm looking at Google Earth on my phone. They have a really large driveway, so it seems like the issue is on the road parking, but I guess with the numerous violations over time, I can understand the request, but it's very difficult for me to understand why there are so many vehicles that are not.
Well, the code currently allows for 4 outside.
I hear you.
And if they've had more than 4, 5 and 6, you saw the picture with 6, and they didn't look like they were in the driveway. They looked like they were on the street beside the fence to the property. So,
Okay. Well, I'm in support of the motion. It's unfortunate, but I think the residents have been dealing with this for such a long period of time that there has to be some communication sent to address this. Is there any more discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0.
Okay, next case is LUP 23, Alfredo Diaz, request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 485 of the 18th district. The property is located on the northwest side of Grinder Court, north of Ling Way. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 23? 2? Let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you for making time to listen to us. My name is Samin Galame. Mr. Diaz is a friend and works for my company, and I've known him for over 15 years, so I'm here more especially to explain because he has language barrier. He cannot express himself very well. He asked me to accompany him. So what we have here, last time when we were here, the commissioners pretty much agreed with what we were requesting to do. However, they put in some stipulations that we thought were going to be financially really expensive for him to accomplish. And one of the things they mentioned very well was that they needed us to create the parking space. But to give you a background, let me show you what we are talking about. Okay, this is the property of Mr. Diaz. What we are asking right now, he has a total of 5 cars, including his work van. He has 2 Suburbans and a white cargo van, which creates a parking challenge for him when he comes back. So, and the garage is built such that it's designed purposely. I don't know if it was an error, but it shows for 2 cars, but it's not big enough to take maybe a Suburban, which is a big and a long car because of the way the house was built. So what we are requesting is to add this parking space in this corner so that the other 4 cars, one will go into the garage, the other 2 cars will be on the driveway, and that will allow him to come in without necessarily parking one of his vehicles on the street. So, and the question we were asked the last time was, are there any such similar situations in the neighborhood? And we went through the liberty to show that is at the entrance of his street. You could see there are driveways on both sides, and we don't think any of them were in front of you to request to have that done. Furthermore, this is another one right next to his house. You could see where they built 2 driveways with a mailbox in between in their property. Here again, more cars. As you could see, just going into the subdivision. To make it brief, what we are asking to do, take this out, is something that one of the neighbors has done already. You could see where they concreted on the right side of their property, thereby freeing up access in and out of the garage. So when we were here last time, the commissioners told us that they were thinking of us planting bushes because the opposition said it was going to be an eyesore. And what we found also is that the people opposing to this are not like the former speaker's neighbors. These are people who don't even live in the neighborhood. They don't live in the neighborhood. So we brought proof to show that it's already existing. We want to do it in an orderly and in a professional way, but asking us to plant bushes to separate the view of the cars from the neighbor's property, and instead of using concrete, use pavers, which is more expensive. We thought it was really, it was not really something we can do financially. So we are asking that you please allow us to resolve this problem by adding 1 parking space in the driveway on the right side of our property. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition.
Thank you. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. I have a couple of observations and essentially a question. First of all, the Planning Commission recommendation, as best I recall it, was for a 1-year land use permit. I'm sorry, had some sort of time frame on it for 1 year, asked the applicant to use pavers rather than permanent concrete, and did put in a landscaping requirement. The landscaping requirement is not anything that the Mableton Improvement Coalition ever suggested or considered. Our concern and our confusion relates to exactly what is being asked for and exactly what the ordinance calls for. As we understand it, given the size of the house, 4 cars are allowed to be parked outdoors. As we understand it, the applicant has 5 cars. We've understood that 3 of them are large and 2 of them are small. It seems to us that at least 1 of the cars could be parked in the garage, and then 4 of the cars could be parked outside, and then there's no need for, then they're in compliance with the code. So we are concerned about the tendency in some neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods with very small lots like this one, where driveways get expanded and expanded to the front, to the point that they don't have grass in them any longer. We don't think it's good for property values overall in the community, and it can be difficult for neighbors who suddenly find cars parked under their bedroom windows. So I speak to you today without a great solution here, but essentially a question of exactly what is it that the applicant needs from this process, and can it be accomplished without additional paving of the front yard. I understand it's inconvenient to swap cars around in a driveway, but it may be a better solution for the community overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the other individual in opposition desire to speak? We have a balance of 7 minutes. Okay, thank you. I'll turn things over to the commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call up the applicant. I have a few follow-up questions. Are any of the vehicles work vehicles?
One of them is a work vehicle, and the other two, the wife has a Suburban, he has one also, and then the other small cars, is the oldest child uses that to take the siblings to and from school. So what we are asking to do, when one of the Suburbans is parked in the garage, that still leaves a problem of, you have the other 3
I
cars.
understand.
So if we can move one on the side, since the work truck is what he uses most of the week,
Okay.
it will make it easier, and it will not be a life safety issue.
My follow-up to that is, can the work vehicle be parked at the business location?
No, because he's pretty much like a handyman. It's not like a big corporation where we have an office where he could, that's his moving office. Everything he does is in that van, so he
Okay.
leaves from the house straight to wherever he's working.
And if I can just go back for clarification on the work vehicle, is that a vehicle that has been furnished by you, his employer, or is that his vehicle
his
that he just used for work?
His vehicle.
Okay, all right. You mentioned, and I had an opportunity to drive by the property over the weekend, and I observed the vehicles that were there, including the work vehicle and the 2 oversized vehicles, but there are also 2 smaller vehicles at the site. And you mentioned challenges with the garage, with the larger vehicles not being able to fit, which I completely understand that, but I'm just trying to figure out, or if you can help me understand, why the 2 smaller vehicles are not parked in the garage.
Okay, the problem is going in and out. That's part of the problem. But as far as reducing the vehicles parked outside, our solution is to put one of the Suburbans in the garage, and then the work truck and the small car that is not driven often to the right space that we are requesting, and then that will free up access in and out of the property without any obstruction on the street or parking on the street.
Okay, and just for clarification, you mentioned that there's a problem going in and out of the garage. Is there some sort of obstruction to enter the garage? Why is it a problem to go in and out of the garage?
Let me show you what I'm talking about. I think maybe I've misstated it, but what I'm referring to you could see here what this neighbor has done. I think they have 5 cars as well. 3 cars are right there outside. 1 is inside of the garage. So now, when he comes, this will provide him a parking space for his work truck. That way, he's no longer parked on the street. And if need be, moving the car from the car that's in the garage back out will not require moving 2-3 cars in order to make in order to get out.
Okay.
So that's
okay. Thank you for that clarification. So what I'm hearing and what you're describing, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's more of an inconvenience for the family to do that.
Yes, it's inconvenient, and also, like you very well stated, the street is not that big.
Okay.
And the work van is a necessary asset of his to help to provide for his family.
Okay.
Then the other 2 vehicles are also designed to make other communal trips that the work van is not suitable for. So, but if you see what this neighbor did, they paved on the right side.
Right.
And that has solved their problem, and is the same thing we are trying to do.
Right, I see. Okay, thank you. Also, I observed an accessory structure to the rear of the building. Have you had an opportunity to submit a permit or secure a permit for the
Yes, we have
accessory
it.
structure?
Yes, we have a building permit for that.
Okay. And if you can share with us the purpose of that accessory structure, what is the intended use?
One of it is for storage.
Okay.
Because right now, given that he needs a place outside of which he can keep his tools out of the van, because the garage is not big to accommodate
Okay.
his stuff he has there.
Okay, so you're communicating that he's going to store his work tools in the accessory structure, which is at the rear of the home. So are you saying that he's going to remove the tools from the accessory structure to put on his truck every day to go to work?
What I mean right now, like his lawnmower, riding mower is in the garage. All of this is to create room to accommodate one of the vehicles, and that's part of the solution.
Okay, all right. Would the applicant, or does the applicant find it unreasonable, in fairness to the neighbors, to park inside of the garage?
That is, we intend to park in the garage.
Okay, got
We
it.
intend to park there, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all the questions I have for the applicant, unless you guys have some.
I want to be fair and consider where this is heading. I just think we need to be mindful of residents not going through the proper channels to do this. When you pave like this, it changes hydrology on property. And I don't know how close this is to the property line, but it's just something to be mindful of, especially as he's showing pictures all across the neighborhood. It can have an impact in other ways, but I get the practicality of it and don't want to impede us addressing that. But I think overall, there's just a general issue for us to.
And there is, and I'm very familiar with this community, and, you know, over the years, it has certainly declined. And, you know, with the photos that were shared in the parking, and thank you so much for that, because we'll address those as well. If we continue to allow this to happen, it will continue to happen. We must also be mindful of our neighbors. And whenever we have requests such as these to come before us, I think that it's important to consider all of your options and not just the one that would provide the most convenience to you. Because in that convenience, now you're asking your neighbor to be inconvenient at the sake of your convenience. And as we balance that, I just don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's fair. And with that, I am prepared to make my motion unless there are other questions.
Ms. Richardson.
I'm sorry, unless you request that you.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. I'm prepared to make my motion. Did you have something that you want to add before I do that? Sure.
Yes, I wanted to add that the neighbors, both from the right side of the building and the left side, are very much, they understand the challenges he is facing, and they're in support of what we are trying to do, and we took it into consideration by not doing anything that would obstruct or affect their property in any form or fashion.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and the consideration is not just for the neighbors at the adjacent parcels, but it's for the entire community. But I appreciate that input. Thank you. And as I mentioned, I am sensitive to the change in family and life dynamics and the requirement or the necessity to have a work vehicle at the property. but I'm also sensitive to how the neighbors might be impacted by the request. And as I mentioned a short while ago, when we're asked to make decisions, particularly those that are based in convenience, we're inconveniencing someone or a community on the other side of that. And I don't think that it's unfair that if we allow more cars than the code allow, then I think there should be some effort on the homeowner's end to accommodate or at least try to minimize the impact to the community. Having more vehicles than the code allow will diminish the low intensity of the character. As what was stated earlier, the lots are very small. But obviously, we want to try and accommodate families. The site is zoned RA6, and it's basically on 1.9 acres. 1.9 acres, which makes, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you guys for having your ears peeled.
I'm coming
I can
over.
be dyslexic at times. Excuse me, thank you for that. 0.19 acres, which makes the number of vehicles parked at the property very, very noticeable. But again, in fairness to your neighbors, I don't think that it's unreasonable to request that 2 cars are parked in the garage. And with that, I'm prepared to make my motion. I'm not sure if I said that already, but I am prepared to make the motion, Chair. I make a motion to approve LUP 23, 2023 for 12 months with the following conditions: that 2 vehicles are to be parked in the garage. Accessory structure is not to serve as a residential dwelling or for commercial use. All other staff recommendations and comments not in conflict, with the exception of, and Bill helped me with this language a little bit, with the exception of the Planning Commission recommendation of 1, 2, and 3 dated November 7, 2023. And those recommendations were for the pavers, the landscaping, et cetera. So I'm basically striking that recommendation from allowing them to do that or asking them to do that. In exchange, they have to park 2 vehicles inside the garage.
And then 4 and 5 you keep?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And it's approved for a 12-month period. And I would also like to note that if there's a plan to have the work vehicle past 12 months, then the applicant will be required to come back before the board or to submit an application before the expiration of the 12-month period. And that's my motion.
Second.
Commissioner, did the Planning Commission consider them putting pervious pavers down? Is that what, okay, but you're not a...
No, because in doing that, it will still allow them to park on the side of the house. And I just don't think that's fair to the neighbors when there's a garage that they can utilize to park vehicles, particularly since there are 2 vehicles that will fit in the garage.
And how many will they be allowed outside?
2.
Okay, so 4 total. Okay.
No,
it's 5 total. I'm
3
granting the
outside.
work vehicle,
Okay.
but with the condition that 2 vehicles must be parked in the garage. And that would, right, and 3 outside, and that will solve the issue with having to park on the side of the house.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Call a question. The motion carries 4-0. All right, Commissioners, this time is now 12:30. We are concluded with the held and continued cases. We have 4 additional cases on the regular case agenda and 3 other business items. I am proposing that we break for a lunch. No?
Oh, no, I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm okay to go through with everybody else.
Can Can I ask a question?
Yes.
For,
Your microphone, please.
are you looking at a 30-minute lunch? I have to leave at 2:30, and I've got
I'm okay with
most of the ones left, but if you're okay, can I move mine up?
I'm
after
okay to
lunch?
move it up or plow through it, I'll just.
I just want some time to eat. That's all.
Okay. All right, so then I'm
Soon.
fine.
Okay.
Can we do 30 minutes?
Okay. 32 minutes. We'll come back at 1:05.
Okay, and then, is Mr. Moore here? Because I think two of these I can move up if no one's here in opposition.
You can move up as far as put it on consent.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that right before we go to break.
Well, I don't see Kevin.
He's outside, I think.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Other business 58. Commissioner, would you like to keep that on regular, or are you willing to put that on consent?
I don't have, she's got 58.
Yes,
I have 58. There are some conditions on that one.
Okay.
That I hadn't had a chance to talk to her about in advance.
Oh, we're getting into
But it's
110.
not gonna take long.
Hey, Commissioner Burrow, what two cases are you thinking about on consent?
Z53 and
Okay.
LUP 25. Unless there's opposition. I know there's opposition for OB 55. Also, OB 59, I can move to consent if there's no opposition. So that will just leave OB 55. I
Okay,
don't
so you're
see
looking at-
Kevin. Let's just break. for
All right,
lunch.
we'll go ahead and break for
And
lunch.
we'll look at those when we come back at 1.
All right, let's come back. at-
1:05.
That's now, all right.
That's
30 minutes, let's go. Hello and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this November 21st. We are now moving into our regular cases for the afternoon, and I'm going to turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson.
And thank you, Chair. During the break, I did get word that we have 3 cases in District 3 that we could probably have really quick hearings on to get past those, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So if it's okay with the board, we're going to do those real quick right now.
Commissioners, Richardson, Sheffield, you're okay? All right.
Okay. Rezoning case Z53, Past Properties LLC requests rezoning from R20 to RE5 for a single-family subdivision in land lot 594 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south and west side of Brown Circle and on the north side of Fairview Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z53? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay.
I just want to add a couple of things. That this is a maximum 5 units per acre.
Are we doing a full zoning here, or are you adding this to consent?
I was going to add it to consent with no opposition, but add some steps to what John's reading into the record. No?
Well, yeah, what we discussed before was just that John was going to read it into the record and then allow you to be able to have just go ahead and make your motion since there's no opposition, and then it could be a vote on it. So it doesn't have to be added to
So
consent.
yes, John, if you can help us in reading this into consent, and then we'll have Commissioner Burrow add her conditions.
Yeah, and I think the way we discussed it was going to happen, Madam Chair, is this is not a consent case. This is just going to be a quick case.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah, there's no one opposed, so we're going to not have the presentations and just go straight to the motion.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Straight to the motion.
This is new. In the past,
No, I thought we were moving it to consent.
I'm hearing
'cause
2 different
we're
things.
if we have a hearing, it's going to take longer.
They're saying not have the applicant speak towards the application, not having opposition.
Okay.
Speak since there is no opposition, and then you go straight into the motion.
Yeah, if you want to, Madam Chair, you can ask the applicant if they want to make a presentation, and they're probably going to say no.
Would the applicant like to make a presentation? I think this means no. That's new. We'll take it. Okay.
And there's no opposition.
There's no opposition.
And so we're ready for the motion.
Why aren't we just adding this to consent as we have in times past? And knowing we voted on consent, then it takes care of the matter.
It doesn't matter, just go. No. What?
We've had this discussion with the clerk's office, and we're trying to work out the best procedure for this to happen. So, yes. So
Okay.
it's just odd in these situations where we've already voted on the consent agenda. But we can have this case done by this point. So.
Okay, so it's different than our past protocol. Okay.
But just for clarification, how would this be different from OB 45? It's just that initially that one was on consent?
Yeah, it was.
When I went to, okay, so that's the difference?
It was taken off. We just put it back on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. This one wasn't ever on consent.
Well, neither was LUP 23. That wasn't on
Yeah,
consent. but
LUP
we
26.
added it. LUP 26. So.
But you added
is this
it to
different?
consent.
After you voted, though.
We added that one right after the consent.
Okay. Kevin, come up and make your presentation.
Well,
No.
Just make your, Commissioner Brooks, make a motion.
That's no.
Okay. He's telling me to make a motion.
Okay.
Bill. Okay. I make a motion to delete Z53 to RA5, maximum 5 units per acre, maximum impervious 40%, and final site plan elevations to be approved by District Commissioner. Final site plan, landscape plan, and elevations to be approved by District Commissioner, and all other staff comments not otherwise in conflict, and Planning Commission, not otherwise in conflict.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. John, are you going to read another,
Okay.
please?
Next case is LDP 25, Anna Maria Ibarra.
Okay.
Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 284 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Caruth Drive and on the east side of Myers Avenue. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 25? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right. In lieu of the hearing, I'll just go to you, Commissioner Burrell, and you make a motion.
Do we need to ask her if she wants to make a presentation? If I may, Madam Chair. I spoke to the applicant during the break, but did you want to make a presentation, or do you want to just let me make the motion of what we discussed? Ms. Ibarra, do you want to make a presentation? No, okay. So, well, first of all, this was a result of code enforcement. We do have a letter from her adjoining neighbors in support that I'd like to enter for the record. And I would like to make a motion to approve LUP 25 for 12 months with no more than 7 related adults, 5 cars in the driveway or behind the house on a hardened surface, and the other 2 cars to be removed within 6 months. So we are allowing 5 cars on a hardened surface, driveway, and there's another driveway behind the house, but it all has to be on a hardened surface. And any other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict?
Thank you. I will second that. Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Ibarra, and you're ready to go.
Okay, Madam Chair and Board, the last case to move forward is other business item number 59 of 2023, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Town Park Apartments LLC regarding rezoning application Z52 of 2022. The property is located on the east side of Town Park Drive, north of Chastain Road, and on the west side of I-575 and land lot 363 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 59? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And does the applicant waive their hearing? Yeah. So they're waiving their right to present.
Oh, that's a wave. That's what. Okay, so with that, yes, ma'am.
This is in the town center KSU area, and when this is approved, there's a townhome community across the street. And Mr. Moore has a letter from the HOA board member of those townhomes, Robin Gragita, and I would like to submit that for the record in support. And in your other business packet, you can see the background and what they're asking for. There's a 55-foot height limit on the building, but there's a request for 71 feet 4 inches for the elevator mechanical room on one side of the building facing the side of another building, and then 65 feet 8 inches for the stairwell enclosure. And that will be the only height to exceed the 55 feet restriction, respectively, of those 2 locations. And all the rest of the building will be a maximum height of 55 feet. So all stipulations, previous stipulations not otherwise in conflict, would remain in place. And that's my motion to approve OB 59 with those revisions.
Second.
Okay. What is staff's recommend?
Oh,
Excuse me,
yeah.
what is staff's recommendation, John?
The staff recommendation, Madam Chair, is to approve the height of the stairwell and elevator as shown on renderings contained in yesterday's packet. Copy of the comments and all previous conditions to remain in effect and not in conflict with this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, you still have your motion?
Okay. I thought I made a motion.
Yeah, so do you still want to keep your motion? I'm just affirming your motion
Yes.
after his recommendation.
Well, and all staff comments not otherwise in conflict. I
Yes,
don't know if I said that.
he provided that in his comments.
And the letter of support entered for the record is included. The clerk has it.
Okay, any other questions, Robin? We're good? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, John, what do we do now?
Okay.
Do I have any more?
We have one more case in District 3. We have one more case in District 3, but that one's going to require a hearing. So would the board just want to keep going with District 3? Okay. All right. Other business, item number 55 of 2023 is to consider a stipulation amendment for Christopher Broughton regarding rezoning application Z1 of 2023 for property located on the north side of Barber Road, west of Old Concord Road and land lot 296 of the 17th District. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business, item number 55?
Yes, there is. OB 55, opposed.
Can you see? Hey, Margie?
Sherry.
Yeah.
Ask her. I just talked to her. She's been here all day.
Okay, we have one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christopher Broughton. I am a general contractor. I own Simply Stumps Atlanta. I purchased the property at 411 Barber Road. This property, coming to your zoning meeting, learning, understanding the concepts, the terms, is in the AQZ zone. Is that correct? At the end of Dobbins Runway,
Oh, okay.
right? Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm learning, I'm coming up to speed.
Very good. We all are.
Okay, well, either or, I may be using it incorrectly, but obviously, earlier this year, I couldn't make it to the meetings. Like I say, I'm a small business operator, running a business. I was in an accident, I couldn't make it. I am here now. Originally, when we had the issues with the property, every time code enforcement came out, I addressed those issues, I fixed those issues. The property had sat vacant for about 6 or 7 years prior to my ownership. I've constantly been improving as been available, but several times it seems like every time I try to invest money to improve the property, there's always opposition. So then I had to go step back, spend more money, whether it's on zoning, stuff like that, to get it rectified. Upon the last zoning, when I went into the zoning office, they said, all right, hey, you are in a light industrial compatible area. That's what I went for. No problem. You guys, you said, no, that's not really what we agree. We went to NRC. There again, no problem. I have no problem with that. I'm trying to work within you all's guidelines. The issue that I, like a lot of contractors have, is parking, right? Nobody wants these pieces of equipment, these trucks. They don't want them in their yard or in their neighborhood. A lot of these communities being built that you guys are zoning or have HOAs. You can only have 4 vehicles in your yard. We've seen several cases of that today, right? Every month, you guys have storage units that come in here that they want new zoning to build storage units. But all the new storage units are there again. They're straight up in the air. Your storage lots that used to allow guys like me with equipment, trucks, excavators, all the guys who, when you decide you want a swimming pool, you want to put in a retaining wall, when you get that tree on your house in the midst of a storm, we are the guys that come out there and get that tree off of the house, and we grind those stumps to get you guys back online so y'all can go. But the problem is, nobody's really speaking up for us, right? There again, all these storage units, they're straight up, they're designed to blend in, not be obtrusive. So now that leads us to fight for parking at storage units that has boats, RVs, campers, things of that nature. Those are luxury items. When you got luxury items, you pay the luxury tax on that. There again, a lot of us contractors, we're seasonal. We're seasonal, right? So we have to have workman's comp, general liability, right? A lot of us have houses that we have to take, but we can't have these trucks and these pieces of special use general contractors equipment. What I'm asking here, I'm asking to go from being able to park 2 to 8 vehicles or trucks. Like, I had to spend a lot of money, 35 loads of asphalt millings. Asphalt millings, that's the same permeable surface that you guys use when I go to the county office that you have all your equipment parked on. The first initial quote for me to fence in the property, which I submitted, was $50,000, right? I'm sure, I heard you guys say you don't care about, monetary stuff like that, but I understand that, that's fair, but for us small business guys that are trying to make an honest living, that is a lot of money just to put up a fence, right? But there again, I'm not complaining. I put that fence up. I'm working on putting the border. I'm just trying to have access to say, hey, you know what? I need to be able to park a couple more trucks. That's it, right? And the only reason why I'm coming for you, myself personally, I have more than that equipment than I am allowed to park on a commercial property, 3/4 of an acre with a small house, right? I'm suggesting that I'm on the front area. I'm offering to have a little more buffer, right, for the neighbors. I have landscape trees that are going to come in front of that fence. As far as me, right, the property sat vacant 5-6 years. Prior to me owning that property, anybody that came in front of that property, they saw through my property into Georgia Power. Georgia Power, they have wide load trucks, dump trucks, metal track bulldozers on their property, right? Yes, they have one entrance on Atlanta Road, but they also have 2 entrances at the back of their property. So it's safe to say they probably use that back entrance a lot more than they use the front entrance, which that entrance allows them to come by all the residential. There's a laundromat beside there. They have a big dump truck. I mean, this isn't an industrial area, right? I'm not trying to bring big, heavy equipment. This is just general contractor stuff that, there again, if you were ever in an emergency, you need a roof, a tree falls on your house, this is just everyday equipment. You're trying to put in a swimming pool. You want to get your yard graded. This is everyday contractor equipment that, unfortunately, is needed for the community. More and more, Atlanta's growing. It's getting denser, tighter, property values are going up through the roof. You guys probably don't know, right? 10 years ago, diesel was cheaper than gasoline. Diesel has been as high as $5 a gallon. There again, me as a local contractor, I'm paying $1,000 a week for diesel. Why do you say, why does that make any sense to this, right? So the farther us small business guys with our special equipment can't find areas in the community for us to operate, we have to go farther out. So now when you need us, we got to pass that bill to you, right? And there again, I'm just asking for a little more parking, that's it.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We're going to now hear from opposition. You'll have 10 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon. My name's Sherry Barge. I live at 400 Barber Road. I've lived there for 25 years. And it used to be maybe 2 cars went by at a day between 9 and 12 and 5. But now it's like school buses, big rigs with loads of logs, and I don't know. I saw one truck go so fast I couldn't see it. It was going 100 miles an hour. When these vehicles go that fast, there's no way they can avoid hitting someone and killing them or themselves. So that was my concern. Now, what I noticed on this fence they built, which the fence looks good enough for what I see from my side of the road. There's an opening out beside, there's a brick house, an asphalt driveway, and a fence, and they got an opening there. I guess that's either to load up from the road or to unload. I don't know if it's machinery or what it will be. But I'm to understand that, you know, they would not be moving the stump grinders that I heard about. So I don't know what they're going to do with those, but I cannot tolerate the noise from a stump grinder in my neighborhood, on my road, or next to me. I just can't. And the other thing was, if they're taking things out of this area that's fenced in and onto the end of our property line, the beginning of 411 and then 412. 412 was the gentleman I had problems with before. Now I'm having problems with 411. So I don't look for problems. I look for solutions. And I've been very personable and professional about this, and I've been very kind and considerate. And I worked about 5 years trying to make sure things went as well as planned. But, you know, I had to hang in there, you know. And like you said, you know, things don't go from 5 years here to 30 years there, you know. And, but how are they going to use this? I would think they'd want to come out where the asphalt road is next to the house rather than right off out the fence, out next to the sidewalk, over the sidewalk into the street. Now, it's got a sidewalks down like that, and it's got the entrance or exit of that fence. I don't know what it's intended to do, but why they built it and what their intentions are to do with that. But I'm just, you know, I'm concerned because we also have a water problem, a retention pond right next to our property across the street where this property is on the side. And there's no asphalt on the ground yet on that parking lot or whatever it is going to be built there. And that was done surreptitiously without permission and permit. Just trees cut. Things done. I can't handle that. I got to have my property intact and know what's going on ecologically, so I know I'm not going to have a flood one day and it's going to put my house underground. You know, I cannot handle some of the stuff that they build now. I go back 50, 85 years to get a farmhouse, so I know it will stay afloat. And I don't know, I just, these are things that I was looking at. And I don't know everything, but I see things, and I will say something to someone if I have a concern. Just like I tell that guy talking up here like he was, I tell him the same thing I'm telling you now, you know, without getting into an argument, just being honest. That's all I try to do, is be honest. There's no other way to be. You know, I'll be going home soon one day. I don't want God telling me, you ain't been honest, see you later. You know, so that's pretty much all I got to say. And I come from a family of property owners. And my grandmother was very poor, dirt poor, I'll be quick. And she lived in Araby and Cordele, working like anybody, just anybody. And she made a day with property. She bought property and traded it, and she kept it because she knew it wasn't good to sell property. It's no such thing as selling a property. There's nothing to that. My point is that she knew a lot about how things went in the business world with properties and things like that. And she had her mansion in the sky before she died. And I miss her more than I miss anything on earth right today, still. And so I forgot what I was going to say, but all I know is that she went a long way in life. She had nothing, and she built her life up to something. She didn't have $50,000 to go out and do something. She had to build it up and go. My father's house, the lawyer came up to me when my father gave me the house I'm talking about. It's got problems, but I'm fixing them by degrees. He said, "How much money you got in your pocket?" I said, $3.28. And he said, "Oh, that'll be enough. I'll take that. That's all you owe me. Thanks so much." And this is 1995. You know, things haven't changed for 100 years. People have changed. Money will always be there, but people, good people, people that love people, people that don't buy people, people that aren't for sale, these people are the ones that make the world go round.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. I believe we had one in opposition. So, yes, yeah. So with that, John, can you give us staff's recommendation before we go to the commissioner?
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the board approve the request to increase the number of trucks to a total of 4 trucks, subject to Cobb DOT comments contained in the business packet, and all previous conditions not in conflict remain in effect.
Thank you, John.
So just to clarify, he's allowed 2, he wants 8, staff's going to meet him in the middle at 4.
Okay.
Total.
4 total,
So
and
we
then
add 2 more.
I will let you speak, Commissioner. If you could put your mic on, and then we can.
Thank you. Okay, so could the applicant come back up? Good afternoon, Mr. Brock.
How you doing?
When this was zoned in February of this year, there were several stipulations that were put on there, and one is the 2 trucks with the trailers
Correct.
attached. There's also, number 7 was applicant to install a 20-foot landscape buffer with a 6-foot solid wooden fence along Barber Road and the eastern property line excluding the existing house area.
Yes.
Have you done that?
Yes, I have, I brought pictures of that. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And that was one of the things I said initially. My first estimate was $50,000
Right.
because I did Barber Road, go around and left side, which is the west side, as well as the right side.
Right, okay. And then, have you installed the security cameras?
I have not at this time, no.
Okay.
Actually, I was
Have
in the
you
car.
installed milling and asphalt so that the vehicles will be on a hardened surface?
35 loads.
Okay. And you said you brought pictures to show
Yes.
us? Okay. So if you could just enter those for the record, if you have printed copies or?
I do not have printed copies, I'm sorry.
Okay, so how?
Would you mind if you just show us?
Hmm?
Would you mind if you just show it?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's good.
So now, if you can kind of
I
zoom in
see.
there, that's the fence.
The fence.
The house is gonna be over, here, that's the house, so, and then, that's the house to the right. That's the fence going down by the house on the eastern side. This right here is a side going on Barber Road. And to the west of the property, the area that she's saying, the natural area retention pond, that belongs to Georgia Power. So, and just, kind of pointing out this right here, that's a gentry crane. So a lot of the banging and the clanking that you hear, those are the big open metal poles that Georgia Power uses for lights and whatever.
Okay.
And obviously, all of that stuff has to be delivered via the back of their property.
Okay, and then what about the 20-foot landscape buffer?
The 20-foot landscape buffer is basically from this fence, Barber Road. This fence is more than 20 feet off of Barber Road.
Okay.
Because originally, I guess you guys stipulated that you wanted a little extra, I think, for typical with building, when you do new construction, you put in wider sidewalks. So I put in, obviously extra, so I would be more than enough. Oh, sorry.
Okay, but have you planted additional trees or anything?
Unfortunately, like I said, I have not, no. I was in a car accident earlier in the year, so therefore I was not able to come. My wife was here, representative of the company was here as well. So, there again, I'm a small business guy. I'm trying to run a business, trying to make an honest living, economic environment, things are dynamic and changing. So, I'm outpouring a lot of money just to be able to park.
Yeah, and it is just storage. There's no grinding or tree work operational.
A tree falls in your house, the tree guys, they remove the tree, I grind the uprooted stump. Or if you're getting a swimming pool, you're redoing landscaping, the stump grinders come to your property to grind the stump.
Right.
Nothing is being reduced or anything.
At
like-
this location, that's what I
Right.
mean.
As a matter of fact, when the trees were cut here, when I talked to the ladies in zoning, I didn't even grind the stumps on the property because I didn't want to be in violation, right? Literally, every time I do something at the property, I find myself spending more money, having to justify what I'm doing in front of you guys to, get it rectified.
Well, these were all stipulations from the original zoning that need to be done, or, because the only thing you're asking for in the other business today is to allow 8 trucks total.
Correct.
Okay, so,
But the fence is done, the asphalt millings is done. I'm just, it's kind of order of operation. I was in a car accident at the beginning of the year. I'm a small business guy, I'm working. That's the only thing I can say. I'm doing the best I can, right? Like, so at this point, the grass buffer, it is there. It's not, landscape with plants and flowers and things like that, but there is a natural buffer in between. I mean, if you ride there today, I mean, the grass is kind of dormanted from growing up, but I mean, there is a natural buffer, landscape buffer between me and Barber Road. At this point, the only thing we are missing is the cameras.
okay. And also, I was supposed to approve any landscape plan or anything too, so site plan. So I'm willing to work with you on this as far as the trucks. I think 8 is too intense all at once. And you heard Planning Commission, Zoning Director's recommendation to add 2 more, which would give you a total of 4.
Right.
And I'm willing to do that for 1 year with the provision that you finish the landscape buffer and the security cameras within that year time frame, and come back in a year and ask to see how this goes for 1 year, and then you can ask for additional equipment to be stored there.
So my question is, 2 things, right? Typically, if a property in zoning, you guys are more versed in this, on a building that is a certain square feet, it is required in zoning to have a certain amount of parking. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, for retail or apartments or whatever.
Okay, and there again, I'm just, there is a 2,000 square foot house / office that is on, it's on the property, right? That's where the officers, or when I say that's where office space, I just, there again, this is I've been spending money trying to fix and get approval to do these things, so I haven't got to that, that level yet.
But would a year give you time to put in security cameras?
Yeah, I have no problem with putting in the security cameras. I'm kind of stating that as a small business owner, for your residential house, if you guys are zoning to park 4 vehicles at a residential house. Me as a small business owner, I have to spend money to park anything more than 2 vehicles at a commercial property.
But this is an office, it's not a residence, but you're surrounded by R20 on one side and across Barber Road. But you're surrounded by LI behind you, and you're NRC. So that's my motion for 2 additional with 4 total for 1 year. And then you could come back and let's see how it goes and come back in a year to see if you can add more.
Yes, ma'am.
And and a year to add the security cameras and all other stipulations and recommendations not otherwise in conflict remain in effect.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Well, if it's approved today, a year from today, so
That would
we'll
be
say by the end of November next year,
just, to add cameras.
November 30th.
Right. Is that correct? A year from the day to add cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So November, I'll just give you past Thanksgiving next year to November 30th,
Okay.
end of the month.
It's for cameras, and it's also, that's the permit for the 4 vehicles. You can come back at that point, and if there has been a good operation and you've gotten everything completed, there may be consideration for more at that time.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's a unique request to up the amount of vehicles in the same year that you
Prior
receive
to
that.
it expiring, correct.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson, and did you have a question?
No, my question is answered.
Yeah, I'll second with just a my understanding question here. It says 2 trucks with grinders for stipulation 10. So this would be 4 trucks with grinders, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, a motion and second. We had discussion. Go ahead and call the question. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
All right, John, I think that takes us back to regular cases.
Okay, rezoning case Z46, Morrison Building and Investment LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to NRC for an office in land lot 42 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Veteran Memorial Highway, north of Lee Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z46? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Board of Commissioners. My name is Rodney Morrison. To give you a little background on me, I am a disabled retired veteran. I held a real estate license for a short period of time. I am also a contractor, and I actually live in Mableton as well and work. I have a small business here as well. So the property in question here is I'm rezoning for my office space. The Mableton Coalition, I've worked closely with them to get this approved and get this through. We are on board with all of the stipulations that we've been given. They decided to divert it over to LRO, which is low-rise office space, and I'm in agreement with that and all of the other things that go along. And I've already talked to my architect to reduce the amount of parking down from 10 parking, however many we had before, to 6 parking spaces, which was on the request. So I should be submitting that upon approval and whatever else, and also an intense landscaping plan for the rear of the property to separate the commercial from the residential. And that will conclude. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We will now hear from those in opposition. If there's nobody else here to speak in support. Okay, not seeing any. Opposition can please approach. There is no opposition. Okay, thank you. All right. Why don't I turn things over to our district commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. I don't know if you guys remember him from last year, but he proposed the 24-hour daycare on Veterans Memorial right off Cooper Lake. And the community shared that we thought it was just not the safest place because of that intersection. And he agreed, and he said, hey, you know what? I'm going to withdraw it, and I'll come back with another proposed use. So thanks for joining us today. This is not an OB. The PC recommended deletion to LRO, which I am supportive of, as well as the variances to reduce the lot size from 20,000 to 17,000 feet. And also the conditions for the landscaping. Unless you guys have any follow-up questions for the applicant, I'd like to make my motion. No? Okay. I make a motion to delete Z46 2023 to the LRO zoning category with the following conditions. Business hours shall be 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay. Maximum number of parking spaces to be 6. No outside storage or display of merchandise. All lighting to be permanently installed and shall not illuminate adjacent residential properties. A landscape review committee shall be created and composed of the applicant, the county arborist, and the Mableton Improvement Coalition for the landscaping enhancement strip and the landscape buffer along the residential property line. The final landscape plan is to be approved by the district commissioner. Landscaping to be installed no later than February 21st, 2024, and all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And that concludes my motion.
Thank you. I'll second that. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, call the question. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, next case is LUP 24, Kendi Pierre. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 83 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Bertram Lane and on the southwest side of Cunningham Road, northwest of Hatters Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 24? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good evening. How y'all doing?
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendi Pierre, the owner of 1714. I am currently a full-time student, and I have a family of 5. I just got granted, due to the Biden administration, that my family was able to join me here from Haiti, my mother, my sister, who's 21, and my little brother. And I also live with my fiance at home as well. So I purchased Bertram Lane back in 2020. It was, fixer-upper. That's what I could afford at the time, and I make a lot of progress to it. So I just would like to show you guys the pictures. All right, this is the picture of the property when I first got it, and the parking was only able to park 2 cars back to back. The driveway was only able to park 2 cars back to back, and then it was a 1-car garage. That's so tight we could barely fit 1 car inside of it. So I really like the neighborhood. I started making, when I first got it as well, that's what the parking of the previous owner, that's what they had it look like. So they was parking 2 cars and then a truck on the grass and a homemade trailer, whatever that is right there. That's what they had it. And when I start making renovation to the house, we do the whole siding on the house, do a lot of interior work. I'm a handyman myself. Some of the work I do them myself. And this is an update I did. I went and got permit from the county, extended the driveway, and also waterproof the driveway. I painted. You can't see it from this picture. So we could have parked some more cars in the house. And also, from the street view of it, that's what it looked like. That's the house now. My ink wasn't working, so I had to do black and white. So that's what it looked now. That's what it looked. And from there, I also, since I'm getting my family joining me, I have 3 more auntie and uncle on the way from Haiti that just got approved. That's supposed to be coming here. So I went. Due to my work, I'm a truck driver. I went and get a in-law suite added, a permit from the county to add an in-law suite in the house, so that way when my family comes, so they have a place to stay, and also I'll be able to help them get jobs and live in this country. So this is the house right now as we speak, under construction. I'm adding a 1,400 square feet. It's pretty much a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, in-law suite. And yes, when I first had the house, I didn't have a lot of parking. And I like cars as well. And my sister, my mom, and my fiance, they all have cars, and I own 3 vehicles. And my cousin, who's in the back as well on a vehicle, he's at the house a lot. He just got here from Brazil. So we're trying to stay to code. When the officer comes to the house, the last time he came, he told me, hey, all your car have to be up to date. I used to change oil, do light duty work at the house. He told me your car have to stay up to date, and you can't be doing full maintenance and cars at the house. So I understand that, I fixed that, and then I show him where I was getting process of getting tagged for my vehicle. He said he was gonna issue me a ticket that day due to the fact that I showed him I just paid for all my tag registration. The day was probably 2 days prior. He didn't issue me no ticket. He said, go ahead and, congratulations with what I'm doing here. And And I also have 5 neighbors, and because I own a dog, and the neighborhood is not that big. People, other neighbors own dogs in the neighborhood, so we have dog play on the land right up the street, and they're all okay with with me parking my cars as long they're not on the street. The driveway that I extended, it currently able to park 11 cars in the driveway, and it's permitted.
Can you speak up a little bit more?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The driveway that I extended to, the parking could park at like 11 cars right now, and like I was saying, we close with the neighbors. We have 5 neighbors, and they all okay with me having my vehicle there. And also, as you guys could see with that property, that I'm investing in the neighborhood. My driveway is painted, waterproofing, not only just pouring concrete and stuff like that. We have green area on the side of the house as well, and also I own another property in the neighborhood as well. It's not a huge neighborhood where people don't know each other. Let's say a neighbor down the street is having an event, they let us know a couple of days ahead, vice versa. If I'm having an event, I'll let them know. No cops ever been called to the neighborhood. We do not have HOA. Besides that, it was, once I didn't know the rules about, just leaving my car around with no plate and stuff like that, I guess somebody, or when the Cobb County enforcement come and saw that, they put me in violation, and from there I fixed it, and that's what the house look like now. And I'm just asking to park, at least 7 vehicles, due to the fact that I'm adding the 1,400 square feet. My house was already 1,800 square feet already, and I'm adding an in-law for 1,400 square feet. I'll just add, so that I could park my vehicle on the yard, not on the street, registered, not break down. That's all I'm asking for, please.
Thank you. Again, I don't perceive there was anyone here in opposition. Okay, sir, we're going to hear from the district commissioner, and she'll call you back up if she has any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to start with John. I'm just learning for the first time right now about the addition to the house. And by all appearances, that appears to be a door. So I don't know if that's a separate entrance, and just looking closely, it appears to be stairs as you enter what would be the front door. So it seems like there's like another house being attached to this, almost like a duplex. Do you have any information to share with us about this?
I do. Mr. Pierre did get a permit back in October for a 1,564 square foot addition to his house.
And what was that number again? I'm sorry.
1564.
Okay.
So it basically doubles the size of the house.
Okay.
And it is under permit right now.
It is, I'm sorry, John?
It is under a building permit right now for
Okay,
what you're
good.
seeing on your screen.
Okay.
So it is permitted and inspected so far.
Okay. So obviously, this is allowed in this zoning category.
Correct, it's a house addition.
Okay, okay. Now, generally, with the house additions, would there be a completely separate entrance, or is it just generally an addition? I just don't know. I'm not familiar with the code as it relates to having a completely separate entrance.
The code doesn't speak to how many entrances you have on your house.
Okay.
What we look for is we can go in the front door and access all parts of the house without being locked out of a part of the house or having to go outside to go into the house.
Okay,
So we have to be able to access all parts of the house to the front door.
okay, all right. All right. Do you guys have any questions for clarification before I bring Lisa up?
I have a question. When there's a permit for adding an addition to a home, is there consideration given to the addition of parking spaces that are commensurate with the new size?
There is no requirement for parking in a single-family district. So as long as he has room on his driveway, it looks like his driveway is like a 3 or 4 wide driveway. We would not have anything to say about his addition.
Oh, okay, so it's purely just looking at vehicles, not necessarily the size of the driveway?
That's right.
And considerations for impervious surface?
Yeah, and he is limited to 45% impervious surface, which is on his permit.
Yeah, okay. All right.
But just again for clarification with the number of vehicles with the addition to the home, because the applicant mentioned this, the applicant would be allowed to have additional vehicles.
He would allow to have additional vehicles, Commissioner, but only 4 can be parked outside. So
Okay.
say when his house is done, he can have 7 cars, only 3, or only 4 can be parked outside, 3 have to be parked inside the garage.
Only 4 can be parked outside. Okay, which I believe is a condition to the RA4 category. Okay.
Commissioner, I have a question with respect to that.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's a one-car garage.
Right.
It appears to be a 1-car garage, but I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's a 1-car garage, but I don't know if it's 2 cars tandem, back to back, or front to back.
I didn't know our code was so specific as to parking inside and outside, because we do have some homes that are built with 1-car garages, which would put them adverse to our code if it's restricting, you know.
It could, but most houses with 1-car garages are small to begin with, so it wouldn't really allow for that many cars.
You're right.
Right.
This
Based on
is
the square
unique
footage.
because they're.
It's very
Yeah.
unique.
Just one question to kind of add on that, because carports, I could imagine, are also affected, because that would be considered outside.
Say
Even
that
if
once
it's
more.
A carport, that would also be considered outside.
Is it?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
You listen,
they're
is a
parked-
carport outside? No, it's not.
Okay.
It'd be considered inside.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Good question.
They're covered.
Okay. And is that 1-car garage it currently housing a car?
We would need to ask the applicant.
We would need to ask the applicant. Can you approach? So we can have 7 vehicles. Is there currently a vehicle parked in the garage?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. That was it.
and it is a 1-car garage. It's not a back-to-back car.
Okay.
It's just 1 car.
1 car? Okay,
Yes.
thank you for that clarification. I'll ask you, Lisa, to come up. This has come before us as a code enforcement violation, and in reading through the notes, there's indication that the previous owner also, which the applicant also shared, had multiple vehicles parked at the site. But if you would just share with us some of the challenges or your synopsis of your code enforcement inspections for this applicant since he's taken ownership of the property.
Since August of 2023, we've been receiving complaints about auto repairs at the property, too many vehicles. At one point when the officer came out, there were multiple vehicles without tags, many vehicles on the street, on the property. And he did get the vehicles tagged. During our last hearing with the PC, the applicant advised the PC that we asked about auction because some of the vehicles have notes on the window like it's coming from the auction. If those are his vehicles, if he's selling from the property, the applicant advised the PC that he drives the vehicle for a little while and he sells the vehicles from the property. The officer has passed the property on multiple occasions and observed a gentleman outside doing repairs on a vehicle. After our PC hearing, the officer, again, on November 16th, observed vehicles being continuously worked on at the property. It is an ongoing issue of an auto repair being ran from the property, and there being about 6 to 10 vehicles at the property.
Okay. And also in reading through your notes, there was an indication that there was a tent in front of the property. I'm assuming based on what you're sharing, that was the location where the vehicles were being repaired. Can you share a little bit about that?
There was a tent on the property when we received the initial complaint, so a notice of violation was issued for accessory structures, that as you can't place anything up in front of the property. That has been removed.
Okay. The initial code enforcement complaint was in August 17th of this year, and there were 8 vehicles parked at the property. And reviewing an updated synopsis, I believe there was a violation as late as maybe the 13th of November. Can you just share? I don't believe I have the most recent summary. If you can just share what that violation was or is.
On the 13th of November, that was the let's see, this is coming to the compliance upon inspection violation. It's the issue of vehicles being worked on still.
Okay.
And you know, not in compliance for the amount of vehicles that's at the property.
Okay, and that was on November 13th?
Mm-hmm.
And when, again, was your first notification that vehicles should not be worked on at the property?
August 18th of 2023.
Okay.
Notice of violation was issued for light auto repair, customary home occupation, single-family dwelling, non-compliance vehicles.
Okay. So it went from August to November with the same activity with little to no change, with the exception of the tent being removed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I have for you, Lisa, unless you guys have some code enforcement questions. No? Okay. I'd like to bring the applicant back up. I just want, just ask one question. Well, actually two. How many vehicles do you own at the property that are not intended for sale?
6 of them.
Okay, so you own 6 vehicles and none of them are intended for sale?
Correct.
Okay. Are you operating a car repair service at your property?
No, ma'am. And just to make a comment on that, when they come out and told me about, me working on the vehicles was an issue, they told me I could do light auto repair, like oil change, tire change, and, nothing like heavy duty, put an engine out or take an engine apart.
Mm-hmm.
And that is all we do at the house is an oil change, or if I'm changing my brakes or changing a tire. And the tent was a night that I was having a birthday party, which is my birthday. And we had the tent, and then the next day we wake up late, the guy come and say, take it down. That's the only time we put that tank out, because it was that tent and a grill right next to it.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Do you guys have any questions for the applicant? No? Okay, that's it.
And this light automotive repair, those are your cars you're doing that to?
Correct, correct.
Thank you.
How many people are living in the house?
Right now, it is 4 adults, one kid.
Okay, do the adults have vehicles as well?
Yes, they do.
So any of the 6 vehicles, do the adults own them or do you own them?
They own some of them.
They own
Like
some?
my mom owns a vehicle, my fiance owns a vehicle, my sister owns a vehicle, and the other 3 I owned.
So you own 3 vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I own technically 4, but I have a box truck. I don't bring the box truck to the house. I pay to park the box truck.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you own 3 vehicles. The code allows for 4, but you're asking for 3 more. That's where I'm having a difficult time with.
The code only allows for 4 to park at the house. I have 6 vehicles total that always parks at the house that need to be parked at the house.
I see. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You, Lisa, would you mind just coming back up? I know that you guys have been to the property several times. If you can just confirm with your observation of being at the property or the observation of one of the code enforcement officers, if there's 6 vehicles. The request initially was to have 7 vehicles at the property, and now we're hearing that there's 6. That's owned by the owner. But my concern is, based on the code enforcement complaint and what I'm hearing today, I do have reason to believe that vehicles are being repaired at the property that are not necessarily the property of the owners. And that's where I have some concern. So if you can just share, because I know that they popped up several times, and several times it has been observed that vehicles are being worked on or repaired at the front of the property.
Numerous residents had advised us that there are tow trucks coming back and forth to the property, and also he does bring his box truck to the property as well. And the box truck is not allowed at the property because it's over 12,500 pounds, along with the tow trucks that are bringing the vehicles to and from the property.
Okay, and when you say the box trucks, what do you mean?
Like, you know, the white box trucks, those commercial trucks. Those are not allowed at the property due to the weight limit because they gross over 12,500 pounds. It's listed under customary home occupation.
Okay, and that's parked permanent, well, that's parked longer than a short term, or I guess, or temporary parking at the property?
You can have deliveries at your property, let's say if you order furniture, but as far as him bringing home that vehicle to his property, he's not allowed to do so. So he wouldn't be able to bring that vehicle to the house to stop in for lunch. It's
Right.
more of him receiving an active delivery for his house, a personal delivery, but as far as like any business operations is not allowed.
Right, okay, and I believe in one of the earlier photos, there was a image of what appears to fit your description of a box truck, and one of the photos that was shared by the applicant, but, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have anything else before I move on? Okay.
I think you're moving in the right direction. I'm sure the code enforcement notices have made clear that there's certain permits required to have a business operating at the home front. So, you know, even I'm trying to reconcile the applicant's comments about light automotive repair and then saying they're
Right.
your trucks. It's hard not to perceive that there are other vehicles that are being worked on at the home, which is not prohibited unless you have a permit permitting that. And that's why you're getting complaints. And when you start getting complaints from residents, they're going to be looking at everything. So it just kind of opens up Pandora's box here, which is what I feel we're looking at, a number of issues beyond just asking for more vehicles.
Right.
It's going to be the commissioner who calls you up if she would like you to respond to anything else.
I'm sorry, pardon me.
Yes, the applicant's raising his hand, and I'm just sharing that is for you.
No,
to-
I think at this point, I have all of my questions answered, and I think that you did a great job in your presentation in sharing with us those items that you would like to share with us. So with that, I am prepared to make my motion. But, you know, I'll just add comments that there's been several code enforcement violations at this property dating back from 3 months. And based on what was shared today from code enforcement, there's been very little effort in correcting it. So, you know, when those things happen, I'm always troubled by that. I'm always concerned because it shows a lack of consideration to your neighbors. And while I can appreciate the improvements that you've made to your home, even the addition for your family members, I think that's great. But there still needs to be consideration given to others that reside within this community. And with that, I am supportive of staff's recommendation of denial. And I make a motion to deny LUP 24-2023 and the applicant is to remove 3 vehicles from the property no later than November 28th, 2023. What?
Yes, County Attorney.
Can I suggest, instead of removing 3 vehicles, that he only be allowed to have the number that's permitted?
Gotcha.
So,
That makes more sense, okay. So I make a motion that LUP 24-2023 are only allowed to have the number of vehicles that are reflected in code. Should I include the number of vehicles or just leave
no,
it?
just come into compliance within
Okay.
90 days to 60
Okay.
days, 30 days, 2 weeks, whatever it is.
Right, to come in compliance with code no later than November 28th, 2024.
I'll second that. Do you have a question for clerk? I'm sorry.
Pardon me, Chair, I heard a whisper that I said
Yes.
24, so let me correct that.
Okay.
November 28th, 2021, I think.
23.
I'm sorry, y'all, I'm just looking forward to Thanksgiving, so please forgive me.
We all are.
November 28th, 2023, is that good?
Yes.
Even the applicant is laughing, like, this is hilarious.
It's a long day.
Long day, pardon?
It's only Tuesday.
I know he's had a lot of family come in town over the last couple of weeks. That's kind of, like, considering they each have a car, I don't know if during the holiday is.
Well, yeah, and I can understand and appreciate that, but I'm also concerned about people that live there that have family coming in for the holidays and being subjected to what we have here at this property.
And this, I hear the practical element of what Commissioner Richards is saying. There may be visitors coming temporarily, but there's not an expectation
For them
that
to
the
drive.
visitors coming
To drive.
are going to keep additional vehicles there for a prolonged period of time. We would anticipate over the holidays, someone's coming to visit while they transition for a brief amount of time, but I wouldn't consider that because more people are coming on the property that automatically more vehicles are being allowed. Unless, I do have one consideration, what you shared, John, the number of vehicles comports with the zoning, not necessarily with the square footage of the home.
Correct.
Okay. And then the number of vehicles, that's on the property in the garage and outside, or just the outside?
Well, it's total on the property with a maximum number of 4 outside. So right now, the house is 1,648 square feet, so that allows 4 vehicles total on the property, of which all 4 could be outside.
Okay.
You know, when he completes his addition, the house is going to be 3,212 square feet. So that would allow him to have 8 cars on property, but only 4 could be outside.
Still, only 4 can be outside.
So once he finishes his house addition, he can keep 1 in the garage and have 4 outside, and then that's it, because his garage is no bigger.
Okay. And just also, and Richardson brought up this point earlier regarding the carport. Just for the record, John, can you explain or share whether that a carport would be considered inside or outside?
It's treated as a garage.
Okay. Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Or Commissioner, do you want to make any changes to your motion?
I do not.
You do not? Okay. All right, with that, we'll call the question. It's just 3 of us. The motion carries 3-0 with both Commissioner Gambrill and Burrow being absent. Thank you.
Okay. Item last is other business item number 58 of 2023, which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Bennett Real Estate Holdings LLC regarding rezoning application Z48 of 2020. The property is located on the south side of Veterans Memorial Highway, east of Kitchens Road, and on the north side of Wallace Road in land lot 44 of the 18th District. Is the applicant present? The director show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 58? 2. Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Yes, you may proceed.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sandy Bennett, and I own the property at 10 Veterans Memorial Highway. And I came in front of the zoning board a few years ago because we had the intent of using the building, the house that is there that has been on the property for many, many years, having it renovated and using it as an extension of the child care center that I own at 20 Veterans Memorial Highway. As it turns out, the building is really beyond repair, so we've just been using it for storage. So there's no, we're not using the building for anything other than just, like I said, storage. So because of that, there's really no need to add 12 parking spots there on the property. So I'm just asking that that stipulation be removed.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
All right, appreciate it. We will go ahead and hear from opposition.
My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. I co-chair the zoning committee. We would recommend that you approve this application to amend the conditions on this property, but with some additional conditions, which I'll explain. As you can see on the screen, and as I'm sure you know, number 10, Veterans Memorial, was previously a residential property, so it's never had the analysis that comes with most commercial property rezonings. When it was rezoned in 2020 for additional use as a daycare center, it was seen as really almost more of an outdoor education facility, and hence the addition of those parking spaces and of landscaping along Wallace Drive, or Wallace Road, I'm sorry, would have been enough to accommodate that situation. However, times have, as Ms. Bennett indicated, things have changed, and so it's unlikely that she's going to expand her daycare operation as was planned. So what we would suggest is that you approve this request that she's made, but with some additional conditions. One is that the landscape buffer that was required by the 2020 zoning decision be installed by February 1st, 2024. It was required to be installed then. It has not yet been installed, and it would be very helpful to the neighbors on Wallace Road to be buffered from whatever activity takes place at 10 Veterans Memorial Highway. It also prevents parking on the grass, which has been an issue with this property for some time. It's not clear to us whether we understand from Ms. Bennett it's not her employees who are parking on the grass now, although they have in the past, but rather neighbors or other unknown cars. But if the landscape buffer were there, that would take care of that problem. A specific direction that there be no parking on the grass. I understand from Ms. Bennett that when there are special events at the business that they've arranged for off-site parking, and that's great. But this leaves the building at 10 Veterans Memorial Highway with a commercial zoning that allows daycare. And so as we always try to do when we think about zoning, we try to move forward into the future when this parcel might be differently owned than 20 Veterans Memorial Highway. When Ms. Bennett wins the lottery and moves to Hawaii or whatever good fortune might befall her, and this property would be owned by someone else. And we would not want to see a situation where a business owner could say, oh, here's a piece of property zoned for daycare. I don't have to do a thing except go get a business license and hang out a shingle. So for that, we would ask that you also attach a condition to any approval here that would require that this property come back to you with for any new use. With a new site plan that includes appropriate street access and parking, a stormwater analysis, landscaping plan, and any changes to the building footprint, building elevations, and a list of approved uses for the property and for the use that is then planned. so that this property is not sort of sitting wide open for future use in ways that we might not be able to envision, and that I'm sure Ms. Bennett doesn't envision right now. So I appreciate your time this afternoon, and thank you.
Thank you. John, what is staff's recommendation?
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to, number one, landscape buffer to be installed by May 21st, 2024. Number two, delete stipulation number 4 totally. Number 3, final site plan and use to be approved by the Board of Commissioners, which includes no automotive uses. And number 4, all previous conditions not in conflict to remain in effect.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you. Let's see. Ms. Bennett, would you mind coming up? Sorry we hadn't been able to connect. I reached out a few times, and I guess we just kept missing each other, but.
Yeah, there was no return number for me to call back from your voicemail.
The current use at the property, I think you mentioned that there's storage there, that you're using it as storage?
Yeah.
Okay, is that the storage for your daycare?
Yes.
That's next door? Okay, all right. The parking on the grass at Wallace Road, can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure. So there is an entrance from the back from Wallace Road, and there are homes, residential homes that are, on the other side of Wallace Road that I guess through the years they've just parked their cars there. Well, I've asked them, multiple times to please not park their cars, and still we, come in on a Monday morning or whatever, and there's cars parked there.
Sure.
So I think that, when we do add the landscape buffer, that will prevent that.
Right.
Because we park our buses where they would block the entrance for cars coming in through the driveway.
Okay, but they have not received permission from you to park on your property on the grass?
No.
Okay, I didn't think that they did, okay.
No.
All right.
Now, when I first built the facility 17 years ago, there was a gentleman that was living in the house at that time, Mr. Kitchens, and he gave us permission to park on the grass many, many years ago, but he's passed away, and when I bought the property. So during those times, we did park on the grass, but it was with his permission. But now that, I've asked that none of our staff park on that grass anymore. And we actually have some really great neighbors around us that allow us to, we had a fall festival a few weeks ago, and our neighbors to the right allowed us to use their parking lot for after hours for about 2 hours.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do you guys have questions for the applicant?
He is curious, how does your staff access this property?
They don't. I mean, there's an entrance like I said, in the back right around there.
Mm-hmm.
There is a mailbox that's on my side of the road that I guess belongs to the house across the street.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an entrance, so it looks, and I don't know if it's really an entrance, but it's just a place, I guess, where people have driven in. Okay. So that's how the people from across the street would get there. There is, if you look, try to show you. If you go to the right of the NRC, yeah, so go up just a little bit, right, go back a little, down a little ways, right in the middle, right around there. Yeah, so that's actually part of whenever we built the facility, that was part of the driveway. So you could enter right there, but we park our buses along those. There are 2 open spots there, and we park our buses there so no one can drive through.
I see. So how are you putting storage in the building?
We carry it.
Really?
I mean, it's like, a couple extra tables and a couple extra small chairs. There's not much in there.
Okay, it just looks like a trek from the building.
It is. It is. Okay. And, we have little carts. We just push it over, or we just carry it over. But I would say there's maybe 5 or 6 tables and a few extra chairs. There's not a lot in there. We just wanted to make some space for the break room for our staff, so that was the best use we had for that.
Okay. Those are all the questions.
Okay, thank you. So my initial concern regarding the request and approving an NRC application
is the potential of not having the parking spaces if we agree to remove that stipulation. But the intended use of this property was to expand your daycare, which I understand when 2020 happened, it just changed the dynamics of a lot of things, including childcare. So I can certainly understand why you're before us today to request that those conditions be removed. But I gave a little bit more thought to your request, and I am concerned regarding the parking spaces. However, in giving it a little bit more thought and consulting with zoning, I think I may have a solution that might work, and I'm prepared to make my motion. Okay. I make a motion to approve OB 58 with the following conditions: that the landscape buffer to be approved by the county arborist with final approval from the district commissioner. The landscape buffer to be completed by March 1st of 2024. The final site plan and future use, including a daycare or child care related businesses, is to come back before the Board of Commissioners as a regular zoning item or application. And the final, in the final elevations and landscape plan to be approved by the district commissioner. I'll just go ahead and put that in now. Also, with prohibited uses, I understand there are no prohibited uses attached to the former approval, so I'd just like to add prohibited uses to include any car-related businesses, any smoke or vape shops, check cashing businesses, pawn shops, and liquor stores. And that concludes my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Is that me? The motion carries 3-0, Commissioners. Help me, Bill, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, could you announce that the other two commissioners are not here?
Yes, our
Carries
other
3-0.
two commissioners are not present. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Richardson.
So this is a perfect example of the definition of quorum, but carry on.
It is. So we do have a quorum of 3 out of 5 commissioners. It just takes all of us approving a matter for it to pass, with only 3 of us being here. Commissioner Sheffield, thanks for a great job today. The lion's share of our zoning fell on you. The second lion's share fell on Commissioner Burrow, and we got through before 3 p.m. For those of you who are with us today, thank you for being a part of our meeting. Thank you for tuning in, and hope all of you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thank you. Our meeting is now adjourned.